Hello everyone. How's everyone doing today? Alrighty. So today we continue with our pawn defense game that we did last Monday. And here the goal will be to kind of finish the main goals that I wanted, which is basically making it so that the frog can kick something, like a can or a box or something, and, kick it off the map. And then additionally, it would be nice to also have a way that it can lick a piece of trash and it's gonna come a little bit closer to you. This is a way to like disassemble a few things. And then I also started making little pieces of graphics just to make the game look less super primitive, I'd say. So that'll be the goal for today as well. Let me just share today's live stream somewhere out there. We're gonna go to two places. The name game dev. Excuse me for a second. I didn't have much time to prep today. Okay. That's one, and the other one. This time I want to beat the creator of Naylib with posting my live stream. Yes, looks like I have a chance. That is the follow-up live stream. There we go. Okay. All right, so let's get to what matters. So I'm gonna show the screen. Let me make sure you can hear me. It looks like you can hear me. Okay, that's good. Good. All right, so as you can see, not much have changed here. The only thing that changed is I actually, inside the main pawn defense game, the only thing I changed is in the draw order, I made sure that flies are drawn at the end. So instead of the first, it will be the last. This way they will show up on always on top of everything as they fly over everything and they just don't care. Okay, so that's that. Now let me show you roughly what graphics we have to work with. And maybe we'll just start by replacing, right? Let me just make sure everything still works. We're gonna do nimble run. And that should turn our game on. There we go. We started that, we died. And we can move the silly frog and we can do all that stuff. So that works. So maybe the first thing we could do is replace the frog. So I actually have the frog. Let me just open it up. And where's the frog still? So this will be our still frog. I am by no means good at making graphics, so this is kind of janky. But I think it's gonna be better than the circle with two eyes. So we have this frog, and the reason why this sprite is from all the way up here to all the way bottom is because we also have kind of animations. We have a situation where the frog moves, like takes a step, okay? So it's transitioning, one step forward. And then we also have the kick, which is frog just bam, smashes with his legs something behind it, and this should be enough to you know, work as some kind of animation for that purpose. Nothing fancy here. So they all have the same size. So let me just check if those sprites are actually looking half decent. I wonder if we can just inspect them inside VS Code. That would be nice. Assets, and we have the frog kick. Okay, it shows up here. Cool. That's great. Yeah, let's replace the frog with that. So we will need to figure out how to actually draw the stuff, right? So let's go to Naylib, and we should have an example of drawing some graphics, right? Examples, example repository. And what do we have here? We have some stuff here. Nothing that shows pictures. This could draw pictures, but this looks like a complex project. So, gosh, that looks good. That actually looks good. But instead of that, we should have something simple. Core, maybe. This is window, camera, drop files, platformer. What do we have when we're drawing? Update the camera. Oof, it's a lot here. Begin drawing. Just a bunch of rectangles, and that's it. Nope, I don't want that. I want the actual proper thing. So not in core, so games, media. No, that's just pictures. Textures, there we go. Yeah, we had the bunny mark, right? Then we have sprite button. That probably uses the 9 slicing or something. Load button texture. Okay. Load texture and something. So I guess we could do that. And let's just do that. We'll load a bunch of stuff up. So let's just go to our frog nim. And well, this is just let in the main loop. Let's do it that way. We're gonna, because we have collision checker, reset frog, all that stuff here. Maybe we're gonna make something like proc load frog resources. Okay. And we're gonna just start with TX or something. TX, let's even do it here. Let frog texture idle is, yeah, low texture. And where does this refer to? I presume this will be not to source. This will be regarding the whole main directory. So we can do assets, and we're gonna do frog still.png. Let's see if we'll be able to load that. Unfortunately, we don't have Nimble working again because it just refuses most of the time by now. Too bad. It worked pretty nicely before they updated it. Now it just refuses to work at any step. Alrighty, so what next? Come on, this will be so useful. I don't have the... Another useful thing with nim suggest was that we can just control click on something and it will take us there. And now it just will refuse. Can I go to raylib.nim? There we go. And we have load texture. Not private. Not this. There's lots of those. Nope. Load texture. Texture 2D, that's the type. Okay. So now frog name. Let's define a variable here. It will be frog text idle. And this will be of type texture 2D. Okay. We start with nothing. And what is texture 2D, to be honest? I'm gonna put Raylib on the way, all the way to the left here. I don't want to lose it. Let's search for that. Texture 2D. It's texture, right? And what is texture? Not this. It'll be somewhere up here. Texture. So it's just an object. Okay. It's an object ID with height, maps, and format. Okay. All right. Easy enough. So that means it's an object. That means it won't be a nil. It will be just some random stuff initialized at first. So, you know, it won't crash on us, I guess. So we can call this and we'll be good. We'll just assign it here. Let's then do frog text moist. Oh, that would be fun actually, to make it shine more when it's when the frog is wet or something. Don't know if I want to get that game that far. For now, let's just do step 1. Let's do step 1 will be, we have it, move 1. Okay, move 1, and there we 2, because I have one step which is where is it, one which is like this, and the other one which is just the other way around. We can make it that each step will be just one direction, then the other one will be in the other direction, and that should make it more fun. Okay, so that's enough for the frog, but then remember we have tongue, and I have 3 textures for the tongue. Tongue text start, which is frog tongue start. Then we have and we also have tongue text middle. Sure, let's call it middle, while I have it here as full because it stretches full tile. So yeah, the full one is just literally little red thingy that stretches over the whole tile. And the start is not much, it just starts in the center of tile because the frog will be still over it. While the end is just, I know, like a little bit of chameleon thing that we picked something up. So that will be that. We'll get there. For now, let's just do it this way. So this should load all the textures. Where do we call it? Somewhere in the beginning when we're setting everything up. Because initially we load all this data, right? We include them. And we start our game and we have our game set up where we set up our turns. So maybe after those turns, we'll just do load frog resources. And let's see if the game still works or we already introduced some kind of error. Undeclared identifier frog text step 1. Oh, of course. I loaded them all. I didn't make the actual textures here. So let's do this. I'm just gonna bring them up. And metal goes here. Beautiful. Okay, this should work now. Hopefully. Okay, the game started. Nothing crashed. We still, of course, don't display it. But that's the next step. Okay, so if we have that, we should go over to how do we draw the frog. It looks like our frog.nim doesn't have the frog drawing code, so let's move it first. So I've got our movement. What else do we have here? What else do we have here? We have drawing, clear background, and then just the menu, and then we have draw world, draw ground, and then basically, should we draw the tongue or should we draw the frog? Okay. All right. So let me think. Let's do it that way. Inside our frog, we're gonna create something like frog draw frog. And that'll be for drawing the whole frog, okay? We're gonna see what we need for that because this data we already should have here, right? Position and direction. So let's just cut this out of here and let's do draw frog. Plop it here. Is tongue open? And it's all here. So we don't need any of that. Just draw the frog. Okay. So first we draw the tongue under the frog and then the frog itself. So let's see what code we have for drawing the tongue and stuff. I probably have it in that weird render thing, right? Oh, there it is. Draw the tongue and draw ground. This should become a little bit less because we're not drawing the whole thing. We're not calculating the bounds of it like crazy or anything. This should become a little bit easier. Okay, so let's grab draw tongue and draw frog. I'm gonna move them out of here. I'm gonna place them inside the frog and before the draw frog so that we can reference them. Okay, all right. This should still work without any modifications to the other code, I hope. It's supposed to. Nope. Undeclared field, 2 screen coordinates. There we go. And that's right here. 2 screen coordinates. Where do we have it defined? Something tells me we have it in this strange. First of all, to tile center is right here, which shouldn't be a problem. Where do we get render? Here, before we actually register the frog. Okay. 2 screen coordinates. This should be a utility. It uses grid origin screen space, whatever that is. Grid origin screen space. Is it inside constants? Yes. That's inside constants, so we can put it in utilities. Okay. Sure. Utilities. Where's that? There we go. All right. Good. Maybe now it's gonna work. Please. Okay, we can still do this. We can still lick. So we're good. Okay. Those flies are terribly unpredictable. I guess that's a good thing, right? Eating should be a challenge. Okay, so we moved the code. Now let's actually focus on drawing it properly. So with the frog, what we're doing before is, what's the center position? And from there, we drew the circle. What's the position of left or right eye? And then draw circles for the whole eyeball and then the little black dot inside. So all this will go away because we want to draw something. But how do we draw the texture? That's the question. So let's take a peek because we should have it here somewhere. And a sprite button. Draw texture. Bam. So let's take a peek at draw texture, what it does, what it takes. Draw texture. Okay, we have bunch of variants. So we always give it the texture first, then position in some form, X and Y, or just a vector. Oh, extended parameters, source, probably which part of the texture. Yeah. So if we had Atlas, we could do that. And bunch of those. And we have rotation, which is nice because we need that. Because we need to rotate the frog appropriately. And we can even tint it, which is even more fun. Okay. And a scale, which we don't really need. So let's use this thing. Just gonna copy it. Can we skip the tint? Don't know. Huh. Was it skipped inside the example? The texture? No, we'll just set white and that's it. Maybe that's gonna be enough. We'll see. So in our frog, let's just plop it here for now. So we'll be draw texture. The texture will be just the frog text, and let's just always do it idle. We are first step. We're not worrying about any animations yet. Position. Position of the texture will be like the top left corner or something. I wonder. That's what I would expect, at least. So let's assume that it's the top left corner, and therefore we're just gonna do the what was it? Frog position. Oh, and we need to make it into the coordinates. Okay. Frog position dot where did it happen? You have the title center, which was some random position that we were taking from here. Oh, 2 screen coordinates. Okay, I can live with that. Don't want to reset frog. There we go. Position to screen coordinates. Another rotation. What is the value of rotation? Is it degrees? Let's do 0 for now. Or let's do 90 times frog direction. That would convert to integer. Maybe? Or was it ordinal? I think it was ordinal or something. Sure. Scale will be just 1. And tint will be always white because we don't want to change the color. Okay. Let's just ignore all that and maybe we'll be able to replace it with just one line right now. If that works, I will be really surprised. Okay, it didn't work. No surprise. Wait, what does it require as a position? Vector 2. So that should be okay. Type mismatch. Which one? Number 2, which is this 2 screen coordinates, vector 2. Okay. Oh. F, wait, 0.0, okay. So we have this as float. Let's just do F32, right? And let's just make it to float 32. Maybe that's gonna work too. And this way, I mean, it kind of complains about this one. What does to screen coordinate return? It returns vector 2. Should be fine. Draw frog, previous declaration here. Oh, because I have draw frog here, so it'll be draw frog, and this will be draw the frog. And yeah, we can actually get rid of all that because that's another thing that shouldn't really exist. Okay, let's see what happens. Wow, we've got a frog that's really tiny. But look, it rotates. We go down and oh, I see. So it rotates around that corner. So we'll need to adjust the location. Don't like that part. And scale, huh? Let's try to scale 2 or something. Because we have 32 by 32 pixels. While what is the and globals or constants we should have? Tile size is 64. Okay. While the sprite is 32 by 32, so that's where the weird stuff comes from. Frog. We're gonna fix it to be scale 2. And now how do we adjust that location? So we should probably just do the let frog position, frog text position, which will be this as a start. And then we're gonna need to add specific thing depending on the direction. You know what? Let me check what rotation, if arrows were actually correct. So I'm gonna press left. It looks left. Okay. Right. It looks right. And down, it looks down. So the arrows are fine. Okay. The arrows are fine. That's awesome. So that means we can probably have something, because is the frog the only thing that's going to rotate? The tongue sprites will also need to rotate properly. Therefore, we need to calculate their position. So we can probably add to utilities or maybe to the renderer some kind of little helper function. So let's do that, because render has 2 tile center, which we are still using. Let's do proc and just tile position by direction. Okay, so we're gonna give it the vector 2, which is the position, and we're gonna modify it depending on the direction. Yeah, case direction. So if it's up, we are doing nothing. Return just a position, right? Because we're not modifying anything. All right. So what did it look like when we had it right? On the fence exe. So let me just go up here. So this is 0, 0, this tile. I'm gonna press right. So Y stays the same, but X needs to be corrected 1 to the right. So return pos plus vector 2, which is X is 1, Y is 0. Okay. What about down? I of course closed it off because why wouldn't I do that? So down will be plus X plus Y. Okay. Plus X and plus Y. So the left will be probably this. Left. Yeah, just increase the Y. And that should be it, I guess, because these are all the directions that we can actually rotate. So let's use it. So the frog position will be this dot adjust by the frog direction. Okay. And we can just plop it here. And hopefully this is gonna work. Wait, I didn't rebuild it. There we go. Play. Oh no. What? It doesn't do anything? Why? Hello, Eduardo. Eduardo says, a Nim plus Raylib stream. Great. What brought you here? Where did you find out about the stream? And what time of day is in your location? I'm curious. Alrighty, so why didn't it work? We called adjust tile position by direction. That should have returned a new direction, therefore should be this. Why didn't it happen? By the way, I suck at both Nim and Raylib, so you might as well have some popcorn. And Beef says, hello Beef, by the way. Great to have you here. If you want the answer to why it does nothing, you're doing 1 instead of tile size. You are absolutely right. Absolutely right. So all we need to do is just be smart about it, right? Something I'm usually forgetting about. Oh. Right. Sure. Let's do it this way. Where's our render? For the NIM Discord server. It's 8:33 p.m. Okay, so so you know Beef probably, if you're from NIM Discord. He's the one who roasts everybody. Okay, so this is because it expects this. So let's do it this way. We're gonna make it like this, okay? We just do those eyes here and there and just be happy about it. Okay, while if we are suddenly requesting it with the tile sizes, like I gave it position in this format, therefore I want return in this one, what happens here is screw that. Just screw that. This is good enough. I don't have patience today. It's the mornings. No, it's night for you. For Beef, it's probably morning. I don't know. Okay, cool. I'm having trouble thinking because I'm nearly falling asleep. Had dinner at a Mexican restaurant and I'm just so full that, oof, falling asleep. They tend to give a lot of food. Right, this possibly will work now. No, it does not. Object construction, okay. I'm doing weird stuff here. So, a vector to I. How did I define it? How did I define it? Where did I define it? Common, right? There was a thing called common. Vector to I. Oh, it's a tuple. That's why. That means I just get rid of this. And it should be all right. Okay. I didn't define adding two of them. No way I didn't define adding. I thought I added that. You go away, you go away, you go away. Collisions go away. Common. Okay. Oh, beef is 7 p.m. Okay, so we have basically US or South America live stream. That's interesting. Usually for everyone is morning. The moment I stream, the Europe and Asia watches. Okay, so I have adding vector to I and vector to I. Type mismatch. How? Ah, okay. I see. It's those pesky types. They get me every time. There we go. Oh, and we have evolved Canada. That's right. Sorry, I'm really bad with geography. I'm sorry about that. At least the frog rotates properly. Thanks to your help. Yeah. I'm not used to think in categories of countries around here. I'm here just a few years in the US, and when I think about locating somebody, I instantly think back to Europe, where I grew up. And when I'm thinking this time zone, okay, this must be the US. And for some reason in my head, US is like the entire continent, which is of course not. So sorry about that, beef. Yeah, I'm full of chimichangas. Just watched both Deadpool 1 and 2 last over the weekend, and yeah, got in the mood for chimichangas. Okay, we've got the frog to rotate. Great, we're gonna get to making it animate the movements, but for now, let's just add to do. Draw the animations of the step between. Okay. And oh my, I am not gonna attempt to pronounce your name. Visual code. Not really visual coding, unless you call VS Code visual code. We're just doing NIM language. Alrighty. What next? Next, we need to do the tongue, right? So it'll be a very similar story. I'm gonna, because we have the length, right? Length in tiles, perfect. So we can just start straight from scratch. we're gonna do the draw the texture, but the thing is that we need to draw it several times. So let's do the tongue text start. Let's do let tongue position, which will be the frog position adjusted accordingly to the direction and everything, and the screen coordinates. Yeah, I think. Are not the screen coordinates yet. Because I have this whole fancy thing where I can just convert the to offset, and now be 0 or 1 or -1. That means that we're gonna hold the position as just a normal position, not the screen position. Okay. Which is like the position on a grid. And then we're gonna do, then we can basically start a loop for whatever, I n 0 to lengthen tiles of the tongue, okay? And what we're gonna do is that the position of the tongue is what it was. Let's do plus tongue position plus the, let's do it, don't need this, don't need that. Want to receive the lengthened tiles, or do I have to lengthen tiles? Tongue length. I already have it here, okay? So tongue length is already here. So that doesn't need it. We don't need it here either. We're just gonna do the frog direction to offset, and this should give me the offset to move the tile around. And we're gonna do multiply it, or do we? Times the I. We start from 0 to how many lengths to move. This way the first one will move. Yeah. And then this whole thing we need to convert to screen coordinates. Okay. Then we're gonna draw the texture of the tongue, okay? So the texture. So let's do because we need to select the texture. Texture is, and now we can do basically case I. Oh, no, the case, it can be dynamic, so we can't do that. If I is 0, the tongue text start, else will be middle. Can I nest them? I don't think we can do elif. No, we would need to do else. But can I do this? Yeah, that sounds good. Because, oh gosh, this is so ugly. Ew. So the I is 0, as in that's the starting. We want to do the starting texture of the tongue. Otherwise, if I is the last one, we want to do the end, and this will be the middle. Beef says you can use a if expression with as many elif branches as your heart desires. Okay. Oh, if that's possible, I am super stoked. So let's just do it. Oh, how do you do indentation in that case then? Elif. This will be that. We'll see if it compiles. And this will be the else. Okay. Still not pretty, but maybe it's gonna work. Just put the if expression all indented like a nice and clean expression, including the if. Okay, I like the recommendation. I'm really not used to Python style of things, so whenever I see the equals hanging out, I'm kind of confused. I really wish Nim had, curly brackets. I really wish Nim had curly brackets, because formatting would be so much easier, and the whole refactoring would be so much easier as well. But hey, it is what it is. Everyone has their own preferences, especially in that matter. Oh, I can wrap it in parentheses if you really need it. Okay. But still, indentation will be important. I just had too many situations where I moved stuff around and suddenly somewhere some indentation got broken and, suddenly nothing compiles. Which is unfortunate, but again, not a big deal. Okay, so we do that. After we draw the texture, we just need to make sure that... No, that's it. Yeah, that should be enough to draw the tongue. Let's see if it actually is enough. And it wasn't that was a different name for the tongue, right? Tongue length. There we go. Tongue length. Please run. Nope. Direction. Of course, frog direction. And this should stay the same. This should stay the same. Yep. Okay. That fun stuff. So the I. The offset. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't make it for integer. Common. Because I defined some... Oh, I just did plus. Proc. And let's define a basic scalar for the vector. For vector 2, sure, that looks good. But I also want... Oh, that doesn't make sense. What the heck? Let's do v... Well, it should... Oh, come on. Should be vector 2i. There will be int 32, because everything else is 32, so I'm gonna keep it at 32. Everything overly explicit, okay? And let's just move it here. How are you doing, Beef, by the way? I'm not hanging out a lot on the Nim Discord recently, so I'm wondering how you're doing. Let's see if this fixed the problem. It did not. Still here, so we have... What's the problem? 2 offset. And I, which is int, and 32, there we go. Lengthen tiles, okay, there we go. Where did I leave lengthen tiles? Here we go. Frog text position. No, we're doing POS. And copy isn't available for texture. Requires a copy because it's not the last read. Oh, var. Although it shouldn't be, it should be let, no problem, because we're assigning it here. That's a new one. So we have a situation where we try to assign the texture, but the texture is, it just looks like a regular object, right? Of course, control click doesn't work. Duh. Where was it? Just let's search with a star. So yeah, it's the same thing as texture. Hello, the drunk alcoholic. How are you doing? Enjoying some game development content for a change? Alrighty. I saw that you made some little new project on GitHub recently. Forgot what it was about, but got enough notification. Okay, so we've got this texture. It's an object, but has the mystical by copy. So import C, header, blah, and by copy. What the heck is by copy? Let's try to do some cheating. Not really. Come on. Let's just do this one. Don't you love when service just logs you out for no reason? I know it's for safety, but sometimes it's just, come on. Agree for the millionth time. Okay. And this should be it. Okay. So let's go to Nim. Okay. Drunken says, good mate. Yeah, got 2 weeks off. Awesome. So he says with insight, issue is that texture owns its resources. So equals copy errors to prevent a double free. The simplest way around is to just take the address of the textures, then dereference on drawing. Bam, faster than dumb LLM. Of course. It will be always faster. I just, you know, I'm blindfolded in a dark room, just looking for answers with stretching my hand. Because I'm like, oh, okay, this is gonna be more involved than my brain can contain. Okay, really, so we need to manage textures that way. Ah, my pointers. Ew. I mean, in my case, I can probably cheat a little bit. Because where do I have the frog? Because the frog, these are global variables, right? So I kind of don't need to track their references, because the moment the game finishes, the main game loop exits, and therefore I'm not referencing them anymore. So I could just assign the addresses, and then, the reference. Yeah, it's not even cheating. The reference took me by surprise, for example. So let's do ADDR, ADDR, ADDR. And here we're just gonna do this. But don't we just lose the type of the pointer in this case? Let's see if it works. Oh, it turned on. No way. You can also just draw inside a case statement. Yeah, I could. I just really wanted to avoid copy paste of the whole thing. I know it overcomplicates the code, but it kind of makes it easier to read, I think. So I press Z. Whoa, that's a massive tongue. It's kind of gory. Holy moly. It's really gross. But oh, it shows up shorter than it's supposed to. Okay, now I remember. Because the first tile we're drawing on is the one that we're standing, so that's the length 0. So we actually need to do it like this and like that. And that will be it. There we go. Ah, that's a proper length. Very disproportional to the actual frog. Ah, come on, fly. Cooperate. Fly. There we go. We ate a fly. And this one. And this one. Okay, that works. Thank you for your help, Beef. I would have not came up with that idea fast enough. I guess that's the nice thing about live streaming, that sometimes you have a chance to hang out with people who actually know the subject way more than you. Okay, so we've got the frog. So yeah, for now, frog is checked off the list. I'm happy with the drawing. We figured out the basics. Now I just want the fly to actually be done, because I like the sprite of the fly. Where is the fly? There we go. I kind of like this sprite. It's just a fly with not very smart eyes and of course the long tube. Alrighty, so we've got the fly sprite and let's try to plop it in there. Replace it so the thing flying around actually looks like a fly. So we're gonna kind of copy the code that we already have, which will be the fly.nym. Let's put them side by side and we just start copy pasting because that's what real programmers do. And we're gonna do fly text and we have just one texture for it, okay? That's it. And when we have draw fly, all this is gonna turn into a single thing. So draw fly will have no position to specify. No, we do need position to specify which fly to draw. Okay. Alrighty. So we're going to do draw texture. Wait, we're already getting vector 2 position? I want vector 2i position. Come on. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Draw the texture, it will be fly texture. And we're gonna take the position to, wait, to screen coordinates. This always stays 0. This stays 2 because it's scaled the same way, and that should be it for now. I would like maybe in the future add animation that they kind of wiggle around to make them look even more like flies, but just the sprite will be a win for now. So let's see how we're actually calling the code that draws them. I believe we would just iterate over them right here. Draw fly. For every fly and flies, draw. So we're gonna take that all away and we're gonna, let's just do it this way, sure. We just give position, the 2 coordinates will just happen here. And that should be it, hopefully. Let's try it. Okay, the thing turns on. Come on. Where are the flies? Oh no. The flies don't draw. Oops. Did I goof up like the... Oh, duh. Of course it doesn't work. We forgot to load the texture. it's interesting that it just doesn't even mention it. Like, you want to draw this texture? Oh yeah, because it's defaults to probably nothing, just points to no data with 0 dimensions. It just draws nothing. I can live with that arrow handling, to be honest. We have var, and instead of having the checker here, let's do proc load fly resources, and it'll be just asset fly, and we need to also call it and run it. There's a fly. Big X's. Oh, I can kind of see the eyes. That's awesome. I don't know how well you can see it on the stream. Bam. But I like it. It's stupid. It's programmer level pixel art, but better than nothing. Okay. So now that we have handled that, let's just move on to the trash, because I drew a quick trash as well. Let's grab trash. Okay. I'm actually gonna take the fly as a reference because it's smaller, and that's what we're doing here. Small stuff. So we're gonna start by defining the trash text can and box. Okay. And right after that, we have proc load trash resources. Is it trash can and trash box? Let's see. Trash can. Okay, this is our trash can. It's not proper here. Why is it not proper? File, open. Trash can. Because it's supposed to look like this with this little shadow here. But I haven't used this software much before. And shadows don't show up like they're supposed to. Export as this. Resize canvas. Yep. Layers. Visible layers. Yeah. Frames all animation direction. Really? We can't export to PNG with transparency? That kind of sucks. That's not fun. Wow, okay. Let's skip the shadow and just export flat ugly thing. Export as trash can. Yes. And I guess the same thing will be with the other trash, which is the trash box. Okay. We disable the shadows. Actually, it kind of looks better without the shadows. Sure. Let's save that and export as this thing. Okay, that looks better. That should be good now too. Yes. That looks like French fries, exactly. Certain brand French fries. Although with this color, they look like those weird sweet potato fries. Okay. Great. So these are proper assets. They should be loaded. Now we just need to replace the drawing, which previously was super complex, as you can see. And drawing was with those guys. Okay, I see. So it will be the similar story. We want their positions as this. And therefore, we draw texture. Trash text can, position to screen coordinates, no rotation, just normal scale. Perfect. And the same thing here. This will be box. Bam. And therefore here in the pawn defense, Da, 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 da. Where is draw? Here. We just remove this part. Okay. Look at that. Looks like we're getting somewhere. So another thing is that I want the frog's tongue, when it licks something, to actually be drawn over it. So that means we're gonna grab the frog and draw it after the trash. This way it's gonna show up on top, but still under the flies. Because I still want the fly to fly over me. And if I'm picking it up, let's pretend that it's, I'm grabbing it from the bottom because it flies over me. Just to simplify it. Yeah, let's see if it works. Looks like we're getting the hang of it. We have enough code for the AI to help us copy and paste it. And bam. And come on. The trash isn't showing up. So that's not good. Trash underscore box, right? Oh, we're just not calling it. Duh. Load trash resources. Okay. There we go. There's things flying. Wow, that can for sure doesn't look like can, but fries look like fries. Okay, good. And I just realized that those flies actually fit the theme of trash. I didn't realize it before. The only thing that's out of place is actually the frog. Okay. Good. Great. Okay, so we replaced nearly everything. The only thing is the background now. I have the tile of the grass. Okay. Which this isn't supposed to look like this. Oh no. Do I have it somewhere here? Grass. It's supposed to look like this. What if I'm going to flatten visible? Ugh. Why doesn't it? This merge down. See what happens? I can make it nice and halfway, with what do you call it? With opacity, but how the heck do I export it now? How to export layers with transparency. Yeah, because we're getting this weird thing. What the heck?
So what you need to do is make sure that your sprite color mode is set to RGB color, and then when you actually do file export,
Okay, that makes sense. One thing, sprite color mode not indexed RGB. Ha! All it took is a 3-second search. And now when I export, let's see. Please work. Look at that. We got actual tile. So our grass tile, we can just print it correctly now. Which right now is in the render. I can live with that for now. Frog. Because they're not entities, but whatever. So in our render, I'm gonna define also var. Wow, we have 6 viewers on YouTube? Where are people coming from? This is surprising. For me, it's a surprisingly large number. Alrighty, well, we're doing grass. So let's do grass text, which will be texture 2D. We want to have the rock load terrain resources. And is it grass? Let's do tile underscore grass. And then later we're gonna add the pond. We'll just need to draw one pond very quickly. Okay, so let's just add the actual display. Draw ground. So here we have draw them all while this is the pond. Draw grass. Draw water. Sure. So instead of drawing the rectangle, oh gosh, we have this weird start position plus vector. Oh, this is adding the half stuff. Wait. X. Y. What is position? Start position, which is where we want to place it. Oh, I see. So this is the start position of the whole grid. And we're just adding the vector of X and Y, which is good enough for now. I can live with that. It's ugly as heck. And then we just draw the thing there. So what we're going to do here is draw texture. Grass texture. That position, yes. No rotation. And white. Okay. And we'll replace this one in a second. We'll just need a quick texture. So the only thing we need to add here is basic in the beginning. Load terrain resources. And we should be good. Will there be actual grass? Please let there... Yes, we've got grass. And the frog is still visible. Gosh, that's ugly grass, but oh well. And we have McDonald's fries falling down. Good. Okay. And what does the can look like? Where's the can? There's the can. It's appeared, but... Yep, there's a can. Okay. I'm very happy with the progress for now. So let's make quick water. Got this. Let's save as. And we're gonna do it as tile pond. Thank you, Drunken. Okay, so delete. Where's the thing? Delete layer, and delete layer, and we're gonna repaint that. So for water, let's kind of look for a nice color. Do we want it dark water or something? Let's start with this thing. Let's just fill it in. This button. Wow, that is blue. Okay, that's better. How the heck do I draw water? What I'm gonna do is actually make a new layer somehow. And I'm going to do properties. And I mean, for now, let's just do this dark color. And I'm gonna draw those lines, okay? We've got this line. And we've got this line. Oops. And I'm gonna hide it, go back to normal layer, just grab this color and draw over them. This way I'll have that extra line on the other side. Okay, I can still switch it on, but I can make it actually less pronounced. So it's always there, but just not that crazily strong as with the grass. So looks like I'm learning new software quickly. Okay, so let's just add the water effect. New layer. And again, not very strong, 15% or something. And we're just gonna make a few blobs. Let's draw something like, and maybe something like this here, and something like this here, and here. Okay, that kind of starts to look like water. Now let's just go even brighter. New layer. And we're gonna make it, come on, 23%. Just make it even smaller, and we're just gonna do on the peaks that it's, you know, it's very watery. It doesn't look like a pond water now, but oh wow, that's a sea frog. Sure. There we go. That's good enough water for me right now. Perfect. Let's save it. Let's export as PNG export, and we should be good to go. Did it show up? Tile pond. Got our tile pond. Awesome. So we can do pond texture. There we go. And the only thing here is to just draw it. Draw button? No, thank you. Draw water. Okay. I think that's it. We just upgraded graphics from Pong generation to NES without graphic artists generation. Okay, looks good. We've got water, we can refresh. I'm satisfied. Okay. Whee! Stuff's flying. Good. So now what? Let's commit the changes because it will be nice to just have that step. So I'm gonna, by the way, all the graphics assets are also available both as PNG and as sprite, ASE sprite. How AC sprite or sprite? Okay, so it'll be finish assets, and then we're just gonna do, you know, draw this stuff. Draw using new assets. Bam. So now that we have that, we can actually think about adding new features. So I'm very excited. And Drunken says, make a second grass tile that has some darker lines, maybe 3 lines. Think micro grass. Place 3, 4 in random spots that the frog can not pass through. He would need to go around. Okay, that's a good idea to add. I just wanted to get first to the mechanic, but let's add it to some kind of, maybe to readme. Okay, to the readme. Chat suggestions /IDS. Okay, and let's make it as add a grass impassable grass block so that the frog needs to go around. And we'll just do it at CH or just H? I never know how to write that word. There we go. Idea number 1. Cool. For now, I just want to add main feature because, you know, the whole idea for the game is that the frog needs to maintain its moisture. So that's the blue bar up there. Right now, it decreases slower than I wanted. But for testing purposes great. So I need to go back to the pond to remoisturize. And then I need to eat the flies to refill the, energy bar, I'll call it now. And then there's this old trash falling. I can go under the trash to kind of block it, but the other trash will be falling, okay? And therefore, slowly, I can go back in those spots to remoisturize. The trash is basically preventing me from living. And the idea of the game is that you need to defend your pond by getting rid of the trash. And the way I want to get rid of that trash is to have 2 options. You go and place yourself backwards towards something, and now I'd be able to kick it off the side of the map. Like, a kick just sends something in a straight line. For, till the end. And the other thing would be to maybe I'm looking at this here, and I would be able to lick it to bring it one tile towards me as an added feature. And this way I would be able to just start managing the trash and just, get it out of the way somehow. So that I won't lose. And the other thing will be that the code for the trash to pile up, because right now it's gonna just go in weird directions, like sideways or something, that they actually fill in the whole area a little bit better. Because now I can't go here anywhere. I can only go remoisturize here. But still isn't game over, so that's the bad part. So I would add the kick because that sounds like something fun, where we would need to just make something go flying. So we have 2 ways to approach it. One, let me just restart the game so I can just show something that I have in my head as an example. So let's wait for some trash to start going down, like this guy here. Or no, this little box here. Okay, so if I will kick it now, I have 2 options. Either to actually teleport it off the map, which will be kind of dumb. The other option will be to make animation that goes zoop, and then the game resumes and everything drops down, because right now I don't have any animations really. The moment I make a move, boop, rotate, move somewhere, another move, boop, the whole state of the game moves 1 frame forward or something. Which is a big limitation, of course. So I'm thinking, what if I kick the trash? And the way it works is that the trash is marked as kicked, and we have the direction. And basically every frame until it collides with something, it's just gonna follow in that direction. Until it collides with a different piece of trash, then it's gonna just stop there. And that's it. And this way, maybe it will be simpler. At the simpler to implement, more challenging to use, because suddenly you need to predict if something's on a diagonal that it's gonna collide or something. Especially that different things might happen at different speeds. But maybe that's more fun. Sure. Let's just do that. We'll just add this thing that the trash can have momentum or like overridden. Yeah. So let's do it that way. Where is it? Where it is? I need trash. Trash. So right now, the trash. Antonis Girales says, "Hi, couldn't sleep, so tuned in. Welcome. Hopefully you'll enjoy." Alrighty, so our trash data. So it's night at your place. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, we just replaced the graphics, so now it actually looks like a game. And yeah, it's what, 7 hours of work on it now? So that's the fastest I've ever made a game, that's for sure. faster than even a game jam. Although on August 15th, I believe the GMTK game jam is starting. The what was the name? Game Developers Toolkit game jam. So maybe that will be a chance to participate. That would be fun to make a little tiny game, probably on a stream. Why not? Although my wife probably won't be happy about me streaming and doing something rather than helping in a garden. All right, so trash data. Right now we have the position of each piece of trash. It just sounds so weird to say. The step of their animation, what variant it is, and is stuck. So let's also add kick direction, which will be direction unless that is kicked. So if it's kicked, it will receive the kick direction and it's just gonna keep flying that direction. Okay, good. So the only thing now is actually when we have the moving, okay? Because right now we have if it's stuck, don't move. If, and then just continue with the movement pattern, all right? So what we can do here is just make it, if it's kicked, then we're just gonna move in a specific direction, okay? So we're gonna do basically let new position. Sure, let new position is trash data position and trash data kick direction to the offset. And they should just add. And that's it. And we just need to save it. So trash data position is that. So we can actually do it like this. Yeah, that's it. I know I could implement plus equals, but I don't remember on top of my head how to do that, so I'm gonna ignore that. This is just gonna work. And if that's the case, we return. Okay, so because we don't want the code to move forward. Yeah. But the thing is that we have the new position, so let's actually not do that. Let's do let new position is this thing, right? At the end, if everything's fine, then we're gonna save it. But the thing is that we need to check if we actually can collide with something there, because there might be something in that spot already. So let's think. Movement pattern, trash movement patterns, blah, blah, blah. Step, new position. Collision data is okay. So let's see. Collision data is if the trash position is not. Wait, oh. Oh, okay. If trash data position is not the new position, so basically if the position changed, which we still want to respect, only then we're basically doing the check solid collision with the new position. Otherwise, we pretend that there was no position and it's all fine. Okay? Just in case. So if not collision is hit, do that. Yeah. So if there's no collision, then we just update the position. Okay. If no collision. Else, if there is collision, we say it's not kicked anymore. We just reset it, right? And we're gonna just do something like, yeah, it's not kicked anymore. And it's stopped for that short frame. And that's it. Yeah, we don't update the position. Cool. So this code should prevent this thing from, you know, ignoring other stuff. Hopefully. Okay. Nothing else to display. Now the only thing is to actually be able to kick something with a frog. So let's look at our keyboard control thing. So we have licking, which is press Z. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Good. Then we have, when it's released, we just open the tongue. Okay. Then we have the movement, which we don't care about. I want the kicking, right? There we go, to do kicking. So if key pressed, and I wanted a space, okay? If we press the space, and this is where I have this whole animation thing, because is tongue open means that, you know, do I have it pressed right now to display the tongue? So let's do the same thing with the thing. So we have is tongue open. We're gonna do is kicking. So are we in the middle of the kicking animation? Okay, we don't need any extra length or anything. So basically, if yeah, let's do is kicking true. Player took action true. Okay. We don't need to calculate this thing. Current check position is hit. Okay, this is basically checking for the stuff. And then at the end, if it's hit, frog's satiety goes less. Oh, wow. Okay, so the same thing will be here. But with the tongue, for some reason, I have only if hit. Oh, because if it's hit, I reset it. Otherwise, I just... Oh, here I subtracted, here I added. Okay. Sure. And if it's released, space is kicking as false and player took action true. Okay, so we don't have this here. Okay. Let me think. And the guard here is not kicking. There we go. Or when kicking. So with the kicking, we need to basically get only one spot, which is the behind the player. So let's do let kick position, which will be the frog position plus the offset. That's the direction of looking, right? So we have two options to change that direction. Either make like a function that reverses the direction, or make a or just multiply it times -1. But I'm gonna probably just make a simple reverse the direction function because I don't know why. So to offset, and let's do just before that proc reverse direction. So if it's up, it's down, left, right is left, down is up, and left is right. And that's it. That's all we need here. As dumb as possible. Reverse, and then to offset. There we go. And this should give us direction where the frog is, the spot where the frog is kicking. So we can say, call this whole, how do we check for it again? Current position, check position is this. So, how do I check? And flies. Oh, because here I'm checking just for the flies. I don't have the actual check yet. I was doing the check somewhere here with the trash. Move. And that was check solid collision. And we just do the new position. Okay. That makes sense. Oh, it returns the collision data. All right. So let collision data is check solid collision, and that will be the, where do I paste it? What the hell am I doing? Kick position. There we go. And what was in collision data? I forgot again. We had the collision thing. Collision nim. Returns solid collision data, which is hit or is stuck. And that's it. All right. So I also want the kick to make something unstuck. And that's it. Sure. So let's do if it's hit, then we're gonna do something like, oh, we don't get a reference to the thing that was hit. Oh no. So let's make it for now that if something fell down, it's already stuck. You can't do it because it's wedged. Okay. So let's ignore that idea, but we also can make something as kicked. Oh no, how, come on. Solid collision data. So I need to specify the type of the object and the reference to it. Okay, that's gonna be less fun. Do I go an easy route and just make it I mean, because there will be a way to either pass the actual object and modify it, or just pass it some kind of object that's just a set of actions that you can take on the object, like kick and give a direction, or unstuck, or I don't know, delete. And that could be more interesting rather than just giving a reference to some kind of data and have a total mixture. Let's do that. How do we call it? An object with commands. Command handler, which will be just a command handler. Entity handler is not also. Entity commands, whatever. Sure. There we go. Entity commands, and let's specify them here. Entity commands to be an object. Let's ref object. And we'll have things like kick. Okay. Which will be a proc that takes the direction. So let's do direction. That's all we need to do. That we can kick an object in a specific direction. Okay. Anything else that we want to do on it right now? Let's do pull. And we're just gonna do proc direction and also distance. Just direction for now. Because the pool, I would like to pull something just one spot, and further will be something else. So this way we can handle if an object allows to be kicked or pulled per object wherever we define that object rather than somewhere else. So yeah, and solid data will be specified here. Yeah, and whatever, excuse me, whatever calls there, we should be fine. Yeah, that's all the modifications that we need on this side. That means that here, if we have the hit, we can just do collision data dot command handler kick, and we give it the direction, which will be kick direction. Bam. There we go. And there we go. I want it to work that way. And if it's not hit, then we don't do anything. Okay. And no matter what, we need to do this. No matter if it kicked or not, it's not tidy kick cost. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Good. So next, we need to actually add that option of kicking to our trash collisions, because trash collisions, I believe, are the only object that's doing, marking solid collisions right now. So we defined it somewhere here. Trash collision checker. So for each trash, do this, and solid collision data is, and we need to create that new kick thing. Can I just define it here or something? Okay, this is kind of dumb, but oh well. So let's make it like this. Proc trash kick action that takes the direction, okay? And we also take the index, which will be integer, I presume. And therefore trash can's index is kicked as true. And let's also do auto besides is kicked. Because we have also the is stuck. So yeah, is stuck, we will set to false. Because if it hits something and we would just handle kick before, and then it would stop being kicked, it would hit something, and it would just return to being stuck up there and just hanging in midair or something. So we don't want that. We want to make it not stuck, mark it as kicked, and that's it. Okay, I can live with that. So therefore, when we have collision, we're just gonna do the command handler is entity commands, and the kick will be procced at this direction that calls this with the come on. And we can't just put the trash data here because it's a ref object. Yes. Okay. Oof, I did it as ref objects. That's gonna be easy. Sorry, I got excited for a second that I actually did something ahead of time. Okay, so let's make it take not index, but the data, which will be trash data. There we go. Just replace this with data. because this is a ref object that we pass around a reference, so we're not making any copies. Therefore, I can just pass the trash data. There we go. And we do the same thing here, exactly the same thing. Perfect. Yeah, otherwise this will be just discard. So let's just make one extra thing, like empty entity commands, because that will be really handy. Collision, and let's do something like constant empty entity commands, which is just that. And therefore, in our trash, we can just say, you know what? This is just empty entity commands. There we go. Okay, so we've got trash covered here, but I think there was one extra space where we had this solid collision data. Let's see where we have it. Collisions, and then inside the frog, we had this whole collision setter. So if position is the frog, then we're just gonna do this. Because at no point we care about it, really. Okay. I know I could simplify it to just have it there automatically, but whatever. Okay. And trash, and that's it. So that works. I don't have an animation yet, but let's see if it compiles, because I'm sure it won't. Invalid type entity commands for const. Hello, CPN. How are you doing? Welcome back. What's for breakfast? Okie dokie. So we've got this. So we've got this error right here. I guess we need to make it. It's not happy to be constant for some reason. Trash data is of type length trash data. Ah, there we go. Amperes. You drank milk for breakfast. Okay. That's one way to start a day. I don't remember when was the last time where I actually got and drank milk. Probably a few years ago. Yeah. For some reason, I don't know. I have this thing with milk where it makes me feel like I'm thirsty. But hey, it's for sure nutritious. Okay, we've got amperes and the card field position. Really? There's no position in trash data? There is position in trash data. What are you talking about? Something tells me it's not just amperes. The trash cans is a sequence. Didn't we have this whole ampere somewhere else? No. I thought Beef was recommending that. What's the progress? We actually got full graphics going on with sprites and stuff. And now I'm adding the kicking thing. I want to start it because I think I have it implemented. But apparently I'm making some silly mistakes. For data implies, for this in there, that in there. Let's check the docs. Or by docs, I mean AI. And nim, how do I iterate over? Oh, I shouldn't do amperes because the data is reference. So what would I care about it being amperes? That doesn't make any sense. What the heck is going on? Oh, and I put this here for some reason. Wait, so trash cans and trash data. That trash cans. It's a sequence of trash data. And the trash data is a reference to an object. So I shouldn't really need to worry about it not being modifiable. Right? Unless because of this whole length and whatnot, which kind of sucks. Well, let me see that error again. Trash data is of type length trash data, which cannot be captured as it would violate memory safety declared here. Oh, because we're going to capture it in somewhere else. Ah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so the whole thing with it is that when we iterate over a sequence, just in a normal for loop, it will return, if you know it's a sequence of integer, it will just return immutable integers. When we iterate over a sequence of references, it will return those references in the form of length. And what it means is that it prevents us from kind of capturing it and sending it off somewhere else, because that means we could kind of do something with that reference and validate memory safety, which is strange, to be honest. So I guess I need to go m items. That's what it was. M items, as in modifiable items. And this should make it so that they are modifiable and shouldn't complain about them, which cannot be captured. It was seriously. What the heck? I guess we're doing for index in 0 to trash can length. And then we're gonna do var or let trash data, and we just grab it like that. Okay, there you go, nim. Be like that. Please work. Works. I'm sure there's a nice workaround. I'm just upset that it's like in my way. Okay, so we can do that. What happens if I press space? Yeah, when I space, the hunger goes down way quicker. So, oops. What just happened? Unhandled exception, index out of bounds, the container is empty. Which container? Trash solid collision checker. So trash cans index. Index should be from 0 to less than the number of those. So why would that be a problem? let I mean echo index. Hold on. Index of trash cans is index, and we're gonna do the same thing here. Echo, and I don't care if it spams or not. I want to see the message. What the hell caused it to crash? I mean, I should also have the... There's one. I press up. That's good. Oh, and after 2 or something, it just crashes. Is it just for the trash cans? And we don't have an echo. So the solid collision checker happens when the move for each trash gets called. And therefore it checks if there is something in the location. So I guess when the trash showed up, when it was spawned, it didn't check it because we don't have that implemented yet. But only then, after it showed up, that one box of fries was sitting there because it was on the no movement step. And then the next move was happening. It was supposed to go one down. And therefore it called the checker to check the position. And suddenly we're getting an error. And that error points at this line here. Trash cans. We have trash cans and they're always assigned something. So it cannot be like an empty thing. What the heck is going on? If trash cans is nil, I very doubt so, but it won't hurt to check. I'll say type mismatch. Trash cans are nil. It cannot be nil. There you go. You can't even check if it's nil. Index out of bounds. The container is empty. And it didn't print out which index, right? Yeah. Nothing here. Oh, index of trash box is 0. Oh, I see. So if we have nothing, it will still try to grab the index of the 0. Okay. I see. Okay, let's do it the dumb way. If trash can's length is 0 or is larger than 0, do this stuff. Bam. And then if this, then do this stuff. And let's call it a day. Please work this time. Okay, go here. Got our fly. Ah, same thing. Index out of bounds. The container is empty. So it gets to here. So the trash can's length is larger than 0. But it can't get the 0 out. What? Do I define them as some weird size of this? No, it's just a normal sequence. Well, CPN, you just joined in for the moment where the weird errors start to show up, and I have no idea what the heck is going on. Maybe some of the viewers can knows how a little bit of more of NIM than I do and can explain it. Why can't I iterate over sequences? Like, what the heck? Okay, let's do this. I have the following NIM code. Bam. Somehow I'm getting this error. And it's there we go. This is the here's some additional data. Okay. We're just gonna copy this. And yeah, it makes no sense. That's the second time there's something happening that doesn't make sense, because last stream I spent half an hour of the precious time being upset that one variable just changes on its own out of nowhere, like on its own. It's like there's some kind of memory management issue, which is quite possible. I definitely won't say that it's impossible. So let's wait. I was showing this. Let's also show this part. And this part. And send it. Let's see if we're gonna get any help. It'll be fun to get an answer. This doesn't make any sense. Your code is correct. But I think we're far away from that. Yeah, it's an index defect. Yeah, it's a problem. So let's see what it's gonna figure out. The error you're encountering is an index defect, which occurs when you try to access an index that is out of bounds in a sequence. Let's analyze the code and find the issue. The problem is in the second loop. No, it's not, and it's in the freaking first loop. We're checking trash boxes. You're iterating over trash boxes, but you're accessing the trash can's index. Am I? It found a bug, but probably not the related one. Oops. Because the problem shows up in here, not in here. Although it's right, this should be like this. So let's do this one thing, because we have a time travel machine and we can just modify the code. And this really was this. So the data is correct. Let's ask the same question again. Try to access elements from here and here when they are empty. Let's modify the code to avoid this issue. For trash data and trash cans. Yeah, it switches to that one. It just uses the for loop. This sucks. Absolutely sucks. I've got an idea. What if we're just gonna upgrade nim to the newer version? Because I was hoping that having the current stable version, it's gonna work well, but for some reason, it isn't. So, sure, let's do that. So what I'm gonna do is gonna close the Visual Studio, go to nim folder. I'm actually gonna straight up delete everything. Bam. I'm also gonna go to a little bit different spot. I'll tell you that it's, you know, things like C drive, user, and then your username, and then you will have the what is it? .nimble. This is where Nimble stores all its packages. So I just deleted that, so it's nice and clean. So that means we can go to nimlang.org. Okay. Install nim. Just shield your eyes, it might be bright. Oh, there we go. And I'm gonna go to get Naylib because I want the freshest nim possible. And it will be basically the one that has the list of files open. That's the latest successful of development. And that's what I want. So that was 2 days ago. That's actually a long time ago. Oh, because over the weekend maybe there are no builds? Don't know. And we have Windows x64. Okay. Should open up after, I guess, it's finished being scanned. Come on, where is it? I clicked on it. Oh, it shows opening. Yep, that's Windows for you. Scanning something. Preventing you from doing work. I really wish I could move to Linux. But unfortunately, there are a lot of things preventing me from that. Come on. Must be here. There we go. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is just grab it all. Bam. Okay. That's done. So what needs to happen now, you need to run the finish.exe, but I like to just go into terminal. Actually, we're gonna go into, where's terminal? Right click, run as administrator, okay? I found it worked a little bit better. We're gonna go to the tools nim, okay? And we've got all that. So we can run, I'm gonna make it larger for you a little bit. We're gonna run the finish. So, do you want to download the MinkW, which is the C compiler? Yes. Runs the thing. Do you want to add this to start menu? No, thank you. So that's done. So let's do nim-v. That will tell us that we have the nim 219 instead of 208. Nimble-v. That's the version 16. That's the newest. So that's good. So let's now do nimble install nimlang server. That's gonna take a moment and that's gonna work properly. SPN says use WSL. I am using WSL, but unfortunately right now, I was initially using WSL to do the nim code, but for some reason with newer versions and with the new VS Code extension and with the new nimlang server, it works even worse through WSL than it does on Windows, which is just, I'm amazed. It just straight up doesn't work. So that's, right now I'm working on Windows, although I tried and this whole nim thing works through WSL, shows up in the window. So, you know, if I would go to VS Code. I mean, I'm not gonna run it now because it's just gonna freak out. But let's say that I'm gonna open a new window in terminal. I'm gonna go to Ubuntu. Okay. Repos pond defense. Okay, and I can just go nimble run. That's some older version. But it just opened up a window where we have the old version of the game, right? So that works pretty nicely. Don't know how well it works compared to some other stuff, but it works. SPN says, I'm using Go and NPM on WSL. I'm also using those for web dev. For web dev, 100%. There are many projects that I'm working purely on WSL. And for that, hell yeah. Absolutely. But for NIM, I just don't have any luck, unfortunately. So now just nimlang servers are compiling, and after that, we should have things updated. Maybe the weird error will stop happening. If that will be the case, that means they fixed something. If not, I don't know what's wrong with my code. Like, I really don't know. We'll need to add try catch and catch those defects, but I think that if we're gonna do the try catch, we won't be able to catch the index defect because it's special. It's gonna crash anyway. I think that's the way it works currently. Although I have another idea, we could get index from just iterating with the for loop, like for in, and just add the index there, so we can retrieve the element again, just the way we want. Stupid workaround, but might work. So right after this compile. So sorry about just wall of text. Antonis Giral says the previous cannot capture error was related to passing trash data from the sequence to the kick closure scope, which is wrong since the contents of the sequence the trash data length points to could change. Exactly. But creating a local copy of trash data works. Yes, but the thing is, I don't want the local copy because I actually want to modify it there. I want to just modify it there. That whole closure is literally I'm supposed to pass functions that are going to modify the data. I mean, the way around it would be to just give it an index and it just retrieves it and does stuff, which should work. But that was before I was using index to iterate, so ugh. It's just no matter what way I'm going to try, Nim will be upset about it, and that makes me sad because I'm really enjoying language when it works. But it's often like, you know what? There's this very weird, low-level reason why it doesn't work, and you're gonna suffer. There's way too much of that. Sure, but because trash data is a reference, so you're saying just to copy the pointer. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and that's it. That's gonna make the compiler happy. I see what you're saying. I think that was in one of the examples in one tutorial, or maybe even the manual. You're right. Okay, we're gonna try that. For now, when this finishes, maybe next year, we're gonna see if just, if this fixes some of the other problems. One would hope. Come on, how long does it take to compile a nimlang server? Installing nim 202, what the heck? Okay, nimlang server 140, I think that's the newest, so that's good. It's still going. Okay, Lang server installed successfully. So go nym lang server version and we'll go 140. Okay, that works. We should be able to open our project. Okay. Starts up. Of course, the lang server client couldn't create connection. Of course. Every time. Come on. Nimble. Run. Okay, install Raylib. Things turned on. And now it works. We just need, so the version 208 of nym is just buggy. Has errors that weren't fixed, as in not pushed in the form of a hotfix yet. And that's like a second error, so that's probably a week, over a few weeks in there already. That's surprising. Like basic iteration error. Why would nobody catch it? Or it's just, I don't know what the release time frame is. Okay, that works now. I'm gonna stick to that because right now it works. And it's good enough. Okay. Good. Alright. Sure. Okay, so if that works, that means that we should be able to kick, right? Because the game just ran. And thank you for your help, Antonis. That's super great help. If that's gonna work, we're gonna probably revert it to something that you mentioned because it makes more sense. I should press, oh, I can't kick a fly, but I can kick this. Space. Nope. That didn't work. I guess I need to add some logging to be able... Oh, it went up. What the heck? The trash just started flying up. Okay. And this is flying up too. Okay, so I guess we're just not passing the proper direction. Okay, so we can detect the kick, we just don't render it properly. So before that, and a frog, quickly let's make it draw the thing properly. Draw the frog, we have this. Draw texture, bam. So let's just do, let frog text is, if it's kicking, we just take the address of this guy, and this will be frog text kick, and otherwise it will be frog text idle. And then we just do frog text. And do we have kick, or what do we call it as? We didn't even import it. Frog text kick will be this. Frog kick. Okay. Let's run it. It should work. Play. I press space. There we go. Bam. So we should be able to wait for something, and I'll be able to kick it. Space. And it flies up. Oh, that looks so silly. Okay, so let's take a peek what the hell we're doing here. On the fence, right? Where's the kick? Here's the kick. We pressed it. Kick direction is the frog direction, which should be fine, and reverse, which should be fine too. Because we're actually targeting the thing properly, so we're good. Kick direction is this. Okay, collision data, good. If it's hit, we just kick and the kick direction. So we pass the kick direction. and we applied it in some way, just improperly. So let's go to the trash and inspect the kick. Trash kick action. Oh, we just are not setting the direction. So data dot kick direction, and we just do the direction, and that's it. Because right now it had the old direction, which was always up. Okay. That should solve the problem. Now let's just fix this problem, which means that we just unindent this thing. Okay. And unindent this thing. And therefore, for index, comma, trash data in trash cans, so that we can have both. Okay. And let data is trash data. So we're actually gonna plop it right here. So we're gonna copy it only if we have to. And put it here. Okay, and we're gonna do the same thing here. I know it's a bunch of copied code at this moment. We're just iterating over different lists. So in theory, we could make that we iterate over a list of lists and have the same code, but for now, this should work. And we just do the same thing here, just instead of having trash cans, will be trash boxes. And hopefully it works. Oops. 4. Okay, let's see. We're waiting for this thing. Yeah, they're falling. So I can just plop myself here. Space. And space. Space. Space before it freezes. Yeah, I can do that. That's awesome. Can I just shoot it up? Up? Come on, go up. Okay, this is kind of fun. Yep. And I need to eat and remoisturize and fight the trash. Okay. And then we can make the DLC white trash version. Okay, and I can kick the frozen as well. Bam. Okay, this game suddenly became super easy. Bam, bam. Bam. Wow, just being able to kick them actually changes completely. So I think the thing should be that if it's in water, you can maybe kick it only one or something. Yeah, or you can't kick them anymore. And kicking them upwards kind of doesn't make sense either, because, geez, that's some superpower. Although then they get stuck and you can't kick them up anymore when you have 2 of them falling. You need to wait and get rid of 1 and second. And look at that. When we have this, I mean, this is still fine. But let's say I put it here. Oh, what? It just disappeared. What just happened? Got a first bug. But here, they are side by side. Bam. Oh, because when I throw it there. I just realized one thing. So the trash, when it falls, it goes down here. And then checks if it's down, and if it's water, it freezes it. When it's back to movement here, this little thingy will just go to the right. Then it's gonna hit and therefore stop and get back to normal thing. And the next normal step was to go down, so it's gonna disappear. Maybe not this one, but yeah. At some point it wants to go down, and by the time it double checks, it just is wrong. So yeah. Woo. Yeah, definitely we better if you can't kick it when the trash is in the pond. So we can do that. We can easily do that. So that means that when we have the trash kick action, okay? Let's do it this way. If data, which is the trash data, dot position dot y is the last row, return. Don't do anything. Don't unfreeze it anymore. And I think that will be it. So let's do it. If trash is in the pond, don't let it move. Okay. If not in pond, go make it fly. Okay. Let's test this quickly. And yeah, game code like that requires extra comments because it's really easy to get game code confused. So I kick it, doesn't fly. So you're apparently stuck with them. Gosh, those trash cans are super difficult to deal with because you can't catch them anymore. They fall nearly as fast as you go. Fly, I want to catch you. Come on. There we go. Oh. Yep. And it would be nice to have also a way to just wait a turn in place. Okay, so we've got that. We've got the kick. Let's just do one extra thing, which is the lick. Because the idea would be that the lick is not only checking for the fly, but also along the way is checking for the trash. And if it's trash, it just brings the one tile towards you and just resumes its flight. So how do we do that? So let me think. Let's just push what we have now, which is implement kicking. Okay. Now, next we can do it so that our collision has an extra thing, not kick, but also the lick action. And in what direction was licked from, I presume? Yep. Okay, where's the definition of it? Oh, I had to pull. Lick. Let's just do a lick because that's what actually happens. So yeah, CBN says also trash falling in an unpredictable path makes it really difficult. It actually has a predictable path. It actually has a predictable path. It's just I'm running like a maniac, not really paying attention to it. But maybe we're gonna simplify it a little bit. I wanted to slow them down at least. All right, so we got the kick and lick. The lick is by default nothing, so that's good. Takes the direction, that's good. So instead of trash, we can handle the lick. And it will be trash kick action. We're just gonna do proc trash lick action. So, first of all, if trash is at the pond, don't let it move, okay? Whatever's at the pond, you can't move it anymore. If the pond, make it move towards the frog. One tile, okay? So, if it's stuck, we make it unstuck. Then we don't do any licked, no such things. We just do position. Data position is the direction of the lick. We want to reverse it. and just move it one tile. And that's it. That should be it to move it towards you. Okay, so the easy part is done. Now, the only thing is that when we specify the data, trash kick action, and then comma, lick is trash lick action. And we need to do the same thing here. This code becomes utterly unreadable. At least in my case, I have real trouble reading NIM code. I don't know why. It's just really difficult for me. Okay. So now in the pawn defense here, we have this licking. If the key is pressed, tongue is open, calculate possible length, and then next thing is this go over there. Current position is this. And then for each fly, we check if there are fly collisions, right? So in this case, oh. Didn't I define a different version of collision that's just for licking, like tongue collision data or something? That collides with both flies and trash. Yeah. So do we rewrite this code? I guess we should, right? Let me just check. In collision, we have two things. We have the solid collision data, and we have the tongue collision data, which is hit, is stuck, and additionally is food to just give the information that is it food, is it not? And then we should have also the entity commands to just give it here. So let's Control Shift F. Entity commands. Okay. Let's rename it to solid entity commands. Okay. Solid entity commands. Okay. Next will be here. Empty solid. Empty solid. Come on. Okay. And the thing was here. Empty solid entity commands. Good. And the trash entity commands we just replace with solid entity commands. Eduardo says, I'm back. What did I miss? You missed some. Let's see if the game code still works. It doesn't work, of course, because nestable statement requires indentation. What? It is nested. What did I screw up? Come on. That's what I screwed up. Okay, let's see if the game works. What did you miss? We have graphics. Yeah, the indentation problem. Exactly. Thanks is the indentation problem while it isn't. So we've got a frog. We can lick and we can kick. So we can try to catch the fly. Bam. That works like it was before. I don't know where you disappeared, when you disappeared. Now I can position myself next to the trash and do space to kick it, and it's gonna fly to the side. It's the same thing with this. Unless it's already in water, then you can just kick as much as you want. It won't work. Bam. And the trash collides together, so that's that. And yep, we also need to update the version of Nim because the version Nim 208 just has a bunch of bugs with stuff. Does Nim pretty fix indentation errors? That actually wasn't indentation errors. It was just missing a comma, so, but it thought is an indentation error. So, and I never used Nim pretty, so I don't know what the code looks like, but the thing is that indentation is the important stuff. So you kind of already have your code formatted. So the Nim pretty won't do much other than just do some white space stuff, at least the insignificant parts of the white space, but everything else is already significant. All right. Got that working. Now the tongue. So in a tongue collision data, I want to add the command handler, which will be tongue entity commands. Tongue entity commands, which will be basically lick. That's all. And the lick will remove from the solid because I want separate iterator for the tongue, basically. Okay. I already see ways that I could have just one collider and entities decide if they need to do something with it or not, if the hit matters or not, but yeah, this is gonna be good enough. Okay, we've got that. Let's just clean up the trash stuff where we need the lick to disappear from here. Okay, because we'll have a separate, instead of trash solid collision checker, we'll have a copy of that, which will be, let's actually do it here. Trash tongue collision checker. Tongue collision data. Goes over trash cans and basically says, yeah, of course. And additionally is food is false. Because that was the additional thing that needs to be passed here. And command handler will be the tongue entity commands. And if there's nothing wrong, is food false? It'd be funny if fries were actually a food too, and you could lick it 3 times to get a fry out of the package. Ah, that'd be funny. Empty tongue entity commands. What a crazy naming scheme. And register tongue collision checker. There we go. Yes, I am using JetBrains Mono. For some reason, I absolutely love JetBrains Mono. My favorite font. Absolutely my favorite font. I'm using actually the thin variant. So when I zoom in even more, it stays thin, but not crazy thin to be problematic. Yeah, I try to put it anywhere I can. Even on my website, when you go to a code block, because it's an open source font, you can use it. No problem. It's JetBrains Mono. So we've got everything a nice way. Yeah. Okay. That was a digression. Let's get back to code. Because, wow, it's 11:40 here already. Okay, so we've got the tongue checker. We go over everything the way we went with the other stuff. We added the food part, so that should be fine. And instead of kick, we need to do the lick. It's funny, it's just one letter difference between lick and kick. Cool. That's good, that's good. So let's just make sure that we have our empty tongue entity commands. Okay, It's gonna be just lick, and that's that. The handler for it is already fine, right? Trash lick action, trash lick action. Good. So that means I need to apply it to flies as well. But for now, let's just focus on trash. So I should be able to just recreate this thing. Okay, just that. So current check position. Oh, because we have the fly. Current check position is here. I mean the tongue 1x1 extends. So collision data is this. Check tongue collision. If it's hit, okay, then if is food, we just do the frog satiety 1-0, and the fly should kill itself at that point, okay? And then else we just apply the lick. Yeah. Actually, in both cases we should apply the lick, but in case of food we additionally want the satiety, because this way the fly will basically obliterate itself when it's licked, you know, disappear. And that's that. All right, makes sense. And therefore we don't need to go over flies here. There we go. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so what now? If it's not hit, oh, and we just mark it as hit. That's another thing. Is hit is true. This way, when we exit the loop, we just if it was hit, we reduce the satiety. I mean, if we didn't hit anything, but if we did hit a piece of trash, we want to do that too. So maybe instead of is hit, we found food. Okay, be false. So if found food, we're gonna make it frog satiety is awesome. Else, if it didn't find, we're gonna reduce it. This way we don't need this. It's just if it's food, we're just gonna mark the found food is true. And if it's hit, we just break it. Yeah. Break. There we go. That's the rewrite. Why not use the boolean? For what? Why not use boolean for what? Okay, we've got that. Cool. So now that means that flies aren't in the loop yet, but we're gonna fix that. Found food. Isn't found food boolean? True and false. Yep. Or maybe the message came in too late. Yeah, this is boolean, true and false, and the same thing here. And we don't have the is hit anymore, so we just do this. That's another thing. Okay, let's see if we can run it. No, because undeclared field lick. No, that should fix the problem. check tongue collision. There's no check tongue collision, really? Check solid collision. Is collision? Oh, check tongue collision. Guess it didn't get renamed. Okay, cool. Run, please. Declared under kick position. Yep, we need this and not kick direction. For the lick, we need to give the direction of the frog direction. More copy, paste mistakes. That's what happens when you try to run as fast as possible. So what happens when I lick here? Nothing. I shouldn't be able to lick the fly anymore. Oh, wow, okay. Error. Illegal storage access. Okay. Here, so I tried to do the lick, but it probably didn't exist. So let's take a peek at our flies. Maybe the flies already registered their handler, just not properly. Fly.nym. Yeah, there's collision checker. If equals the position, then we're gonna do tongue collision is food true, and command handler will be tongue entity commands, and lick will be the proc handle lick. It'll be direction and flight data. Yeah, because we want to know which fly we licked. So let's do that. How do we do it here? When we were licking trash, we were doing direction direction, and that was the lick handle. Let's do fly lick action, okay? That's a better name. And what's gonna happen here is basically we just need to figure out how to delete the fly. So we can use a common pattern that's in gaming. Because if we would just try to remove the thing from the sequence right now, while iterating over that sequence already somewhere else, that could cause some issues. So what we can do is we can create another sequence, which is, let's say, indexes that need to be deleted, okay? Or maybe even copies of fly data that need to be deleted. Could work because this is a reference, so we can probably just do that. So it'll be dead flies, or like flies marked for removal. Okay, it'll be just list of those, because remember, these are just fly data is reference objects, so these are just references, just pointers of data. Therefore, it's just an int. So what we can do here is basically, when we lick the fly, what we want to do is flies for removal and fly data. Okay, that's all. Other than that, we'll need an extra thing, which will be proc remove dead flies. So for fly data and flies for removal, flies delete fly data. And we empty the list after that. And we just need to make sure that we call it after everything already happened. Okay? So we are not displaying stuff that shouldn't be, so that, we just clean it up. So we have the licking handled. It's gonna mark itself for deletion, and all that should happen properly. Okay. So, got this. Nothing else here. We just close it. Yeah. There we go. So let's just add the thing where we actually delete stuff. So what do we have here? So we have the update. We have the licking for the Z key press, then kicking for the space, movement, which we don't care about in here. If the player took action and whatnot. Then we have the drawing, which we can fold down. After which, after the drawing, we can just do remove that flies. Remove that flies. And we're just gonna call it, you know, after each frame. Remove that entities, right? Eduardo is asking, does this game need anything besides nim and Naylib? No other dependencies. No other dependencies. Actually, Naylib is the first time I'm actually using a dependency in nim, which is nuts. Okay. Does it work? For sure not. What do we have here? Mismatch. Type mismatch. Okay. How did we delete flies before? Don't we have delete somewhere? No. Didn't we have delete? I recall deleting a delete. Collision and a fly itself. No, this will be in pawn defense. Here, we must have had something. For index fly, frog safety. Flies delete index. Oh, it needs the index. No. Ay. That sucks. Because if we have indexes and we have list of indexes that we need to delete, we will need to sort them from the largest so we can start deleting from the end of the list forward. But at this stage, we don't have the index, so we need to basically just iterate a few times over the list, which is not a big deal, and delete the ones that match. So for each one of them, we're gonna do for live fly data and flies. If fly data is live fly data, that's not gonna work. Probably. Flies. Index. And let's do index, comma, fly data. Wait, what the heck? Here. Okay. And break this loop here. And therefore we can move on to another one. Oh, so ugly. But maybe it's gonna work. Although I don't know that's gonna really work. We'll see. What? Yo, as they say, right? Ha. Now we've got this thing where we need to copy the let data is fly data, which we copy over here. And Ronald says, good to hear. I'm terrified of Rust programs using 50 plus cargo crates for no reason. Just like in JavaScript, right? Everything needs way too many packages. And I'm personally trying to use as little because, come on, you can implement a few things yourself, right? For me, it feels like often it takes more time to search for those little weird libraries or learn about them rather than implement something simple yourself. Unless it's of course complex subject, but I don't know. So I can lick this stuff, but trash doesn't stop it. Oh, it moved towards me? No. Yeah, it moves toward me, but the tongue doesn't stop there. Well, it stops on the fly. What? Why? So, oh, I can put it into myself, which shouldn't happen. That's another thing. Yeah, because suddenly I can bring the trash up. Okay, I see. Does it work on this? I can lick it out of here, but I can lick it out of here. So I can just go here and space. And you go to space. There we go. Okay, so we got progress, but I don't know why the tongue isn't stopping at licked trash. I'm gonna figure it out in a second. Okay, so that weird deletion actually worked, right? I just forgot to check if the flies actually disappear. Yeah, they do disappear. There we go. The next frame, they just disappear. Okay, cool. So weird code worked. Now the only thing is that what is happening with the licking here? Because got licking. So we go over until we find the max tongue length, okay? Find the tongue length. Now, if we have the hit, we need to break no matter if it's food or not. Just one indentation problem. Now it should work. Okay. Please tongue stop on trash. Bam. Okay, it stopped on trash, but the trash moved ahead of time. And I don't want to put it towards myself. And the other thing is I don't want the lick to move it into something. Something tells me that game has a lot of hidden bugs. What if I have it on me? Okay, when it's on me, I can do it. Cool. So what's supposed to happen when you kick the trash? It flies in that direction until it hits something or goes off the map. When it goes off the map, it gets deleted. So in theory, you could just, you know, you can go and let's just wait for some trash. There's trash. I can move to my right. And just wait for the other one. Yeah, here. I do space to kick it and bam. And just gonna keep going off the map. I can try to go here and kick this one up. And it's just gonna keep flying up. Or I can just go here. I can actually do that. And kick this one down, and it's gonna fly to the pond faster too. Yep. Something like that. And if trash hits trash, oh well, it just stops. But I don't have any ways to demonstrate now. I could demonstrate it like this. I'm gonna lick this here and it's gonna get lost on me, right? Yeah. Oh well. Oh, here. I'm gonna kick this one towards the one on the up. And it's gonna collide itself and these both start falling. Cool. So that's how it works. Now, how do I prevent trash being licked towards me? Collision check. That's what it is. So trash tongue collision checker. So basically we have, wait, trash tongue collision checker. No, where's the trash lick action? So if it's in the pond, don't let it move. Whatever's in the pond stays in the pond. Next, we just need to check the new position. Okay, so let's do let new position. And that'll be it. That's the new position. So check if possible to move to the new position, okay? And because it's trash, that'll be a solid check. So collision data will be check solid collision for that thing. If collision data is hit, we just return. We just don't do anything. I mean, we can unstuck the thing ahead of time because it doesn't cost us much. We're gonna unstuck it, okay? But collision data, check for collision. If it's hit, return. Otherwise, or let's just do if not is hit, then we're gonna set the position new. And this way, because the frog is part of the collision, we're gonna have it done properly. CPN says, gotta go now. See you all later. See you around. And we have also Taras showing up at some point. Don't know when did you show up, Taras. You might have just written. Let me see in OBS. Yes. How are you doing, Taras? You're still not sleeping. Did you have a good day? Okay, so this should work, right? Let's try if it works. If it checks collision with me. Although I wonder if collision with the frog are handled properly. This works. Works. And I can bring it to myself. Okay, cool. Awesome. Your before sleep code session. Awesome. What you're working on? Stacks? Oh, I hear noises from upstairs. The vacuum decided to wake up, I guess. It's midnight, and I thought that maybe in the future, whenever midnight strikes, I'll just put on a cape, vampire teeth, and start coding. Yeah, I just like to laugh at myself that I'm a vampire. Considering me preferring to do stuff at night. At least my wife thinks that way. Alright, so this works. We've got the full feature going. So let's me mark it. BF sheets, but stack needs an update too. Okay, so you got plenty of work to do, right? Implement trash licking. Okay, there we go. What a weird commit name. Implement trash licking. And Eduardo says, I was reading your GitHub account and saw, hi, I'm a full stack developer. I work mostly with Node.js, Vue.js, TypeScript. Now actually, gosh, that's outdated. I work mostly with enterprise C# with some of the C# frontend mixed with Vue.js frontend. So at least that's my work. and SQL databases. So yeah, but I went through a lot of stuff, a lot of random stuff. Yeah, after now finishing this game a little bit, I'm actually planning to probably next Monday. Wait, when is the 15th? The 15th is the next weekend. Okay, that's when the GMTK game jam will be. So maybe Monday we could make a session where we actually try Godot with C#. So at least I would have a project, game development project, that I'm comfortable with the code and I am not stuck for 3 years on a simple bug everywhere. And some technology where I could actually debug things. Because in NIM there's no such concept as tools for debugging. Okay. And Tara says, I'm writing my own CSV codec for Dart. Its current one sucks. Okay. What do you mean by codec? You mean by encoding it and compressing at the same time? Yeah, why does the current CSV codec for Dart sucks? It's a good question. Okay, let me think what else do we need to implement. We've got the movement, we've got the kicking, we've got the licking. Yeah, let's just take the trash can and let's slow it down. Because for the can, we have go down, southwest, pause, southeast, pause, southeast, south, pause, southwest, south, southwest, pause. Okay. Let's put in the pause between every single movement, okay? This way, it's gonna be a little bit easier to do something with it, right? Hopefully, at least. Something pause, something pause, something pause. Yeah, that looks better. And for normal thing, normal trash does the same thing. So let's do something, something, pause. Something, something. Pause, something, something. Pause, something. Pause. Oops. Need one step less. South, southwest. Southeast, south. Let's do it this way. We're gonna do southeast. Wait, this one stays, right? Let's remove the south. Let's move the none here. They're gonna do south and southwest and none. There we go. So what this movement would be like? Down. Bam. Pause. Bam. Bam. Pause. Bam. Bam. Pause. And bam. Bam. Oh. No, that sucks. Let's just make it a zigzag and keep it simple. Twice southwest, pause. Twice southeast, pause. And that's it. That's gonna be for the can. Simple because they are confusing as heck. And let's see what it looks like. So Tara said, current one is claimed to be written in accordance to RFC, but the person who wrote it failed to include all the test cases suggested by the RFC. Oh, also tests for the current one aren't intuitive enough to understand what cases are actually covered. Okay. It's a concept Dart has. They're called converters. They're called conversus codecs. Okay. Okay, I see. I mean, CSV isn't that bad, although I already saw so many discrepancies between the way things encode things. CSV has some of its edge cases, but it's not too bad. Will your codec also handle working with files? Okay, that worked. So let's see how the trash cans go down. Come on, trash can, show up, please. There's a trash can. Bam, bam, pause, bam, bam, pause, bam, bam, pause. Bam, bam, pause. Kick it. Okay. No. You go away. Go away. Oops. Yeah, this game may be hard if you're not paying attention like I don't. Okay, cool. Sure. So let's mark it as another milestone. Improve trash can movement. Okay, so we've got the graphics, we've got the movements. Actually, the game got more fun. We've got the kicking and licking. We've got the health management. We've got the water management. Now the only thing would be to have a proper main menu where you can actually start a game and whatnot. And then it would be nice to have a proper sound or something. What should I do? Sound or should I do sound or menu first? What's more interesting? Okay, Taras says my codec are two functions, encode and decode, as Dart requires. There's an option to implement stream transformer, which is on the fly codec. Yeah, I was wondering if you're gonna do a on the fly codec, because that's something that could probably bring traction. Okay, Taras votes for sound. How about you, Eduardo? I'll wait for an answer by going to the bathroom for a second, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Eduardo says, meanwhile, I'm hitting my head with a brick trying to make text user interface RSS reader. Oh. And Tara says, but menu would be more audience friendly. Okay. Poor Eduardo. Eduardo says, yes, but I want to make programs with more terminal-rich features. Modern terminals like Ghostly and Kitty even support rendering images. Yeah, there's something fun about terminal applications, especially when you can just connect to some remote server and just use it, right? That's the nice part. Yeah, you can even have just a little Raspberry Pi or something, loaded with a bunch of utilities that you're using for like normal stuff. Like, let's say as an SSR reader, maybe you wouldn't want to use it as some kind of some people like terminal node apps and a bunch of other stuff. And this way, as you move around, do various things, you can always connect to it. You know, if you use Tailscale or something, you can connect it through it from anywhere with absolutely minimal bandwidth and just do stuff, which is nice. Okay, so Eduardo doesn't care about sound or, excuse me, menu. So let's do sound. We're gonna do it relatively quickly. I just need to figure out a way to actually play sounds on my computer. I mean, I have a way to play sounds. Let's see. No, because FL Studio will be best for sounds. But I don't have a way to right now connect it to VS Code. This is the menu, and first menu should be a mute button. Then you can do sounds. I want sounds. Let's just grab a few sounds and just add a bunch of sounds. Because I have a bunch of sounds. Good audio. Sounds. Okay, let's see what kind of sounds do I have. Functional game music, stingers, and UIs effects. Nope. And inventory. Bags, clothing, coins. Not this one. There was one that was fun with like sounds made by mouth or something. Where the hell was it? Orc and Beast effects. Nope, it must be somewhere else. Let's just see if something actually plays. Oh, I have only VNC player. Let me enable sound. Let's see what the hell's gonna happen. It's not that rich sound collection, but, you know, humble bundle here, humble bundle there. Okay, these are boring as heck. These are just UI. What's this? Just camp audience. There were a bunch of animals at some point. Medieval Fantasy SFX pack. Oh gosh, spells. They're horrible. Creatures. Oh, I have beast and orcs. Goblin. That does not sound like a frog. Anything here? Nope. It must be here. Game master something. Wishes, we have zombie, water, vehicles, engines, switches, buttons, sci-fi, retro, punches, miscellaneous. Nope. There's toilet sounds though. Magic spells, impacts, foley. Foley, I don't know how to pronounce it. Animals. Animal impressions, there we go. And we should have a frog, right? Because we have bird. We have meowing. Cat, chicken. Dogs. Ducks, goats. So where's frog? There's no frog, no way. Oh, there is frog. There we go. Frog. Deep croak. Okay, we could use those. Why not? The question is... I can't make them open source, right? Oh no, I just realized I can't make them open source because these are, you know, sounds I shouldn't redistribute, you know, like in an open source project. And well, Eduardo says, thanks for making your game, MIT, by the way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to record myself. Huh. Go figure. Sure, let's do that then. How do I do it so that you can hear me? I'll be right back. I need to grab a cable. Okay, I've got a cable. It's only mono, but it should work. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe that's gonna work in some way. Maybe, just maybe. Free and open source viewers. So what if you use this website has free open source game assets? Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to record mine on. It's gonna be more fun. You know, I made my own graphics. Might as well make my own sounds, right? Okay. Let's try the FL Studio. So the thing is that I can probably hear the sounds, right? After it crashes, because I replace it with something like, I don't know, Kepler. So I can hear the sound. You cannot. Okay, so let's try that. We're gonna try to route can I send it? Because right now it's to the main output here. I never know how to split it. We have aux output. Now I can't hear it. So I don't want to do that. So let's make the slot number 1. Send it here. And to the aux. I can hear it, so that's good. Now how can I make you hear it? Probably can't. Can I just do this? Oh my gosh. I'm not making it. Can you hear the sound? Because something tells me now you might be hearing the sound actually. Yay. Cool. So we can start piano lessons now, okay? Wow, this is so weird because I have big delay. Can I change the buffer length? Oof. I cannot. Holy moly. It should be fine, right? It should be fine. Let's see if I can just mark something as for recording, right? How the hell was it? What was it I was supposed to do? There was supposed... What the hell am I doing? A few weeks ago, I remember how to do that. No. No, no. What the hell just happened? Audio, right? Oh, here. On this. Right click does something. Shift right click. There we go. Oh no, they're all good. So let's do input. Oh no, now I have no inputs. Just one big no. Can't record on anything. Because either you can't hear me. I mean, either you can't... Okay, you don't need to hear the sounds. Okay? We all good. I just make it back to normal stuff. And I'm just gonna record, okay? No, nothing works, of course. Screw that. We're making main menu. I'm pissed off. I'll record sounds on my own because I think I would need to have a little bit different audio interface to have stuff for the stream and the audio separately. Right now I have both at the same time and nothing works. You can hear me again? Yes, you can hear me. So let's just do simple main menu. So let's think about it. We can go to the Evergreat Excalibur, zoom in somewhere and just decide. So we want start game, right? We don't have a system for new game or anything, so that'll be that start game. Exit. And that's it. That's our screen. So this will obviously exit, and this should get us into reset the game and start over, right? So that's one thing. So I'm just gonna draw this around it. So this is the start screen. Then we're gonna have something similar where we have exit and we have, no, we pause the game. There's no pausing. So it'll be, you died. So it'll be start over or exit. So let's just add text. You died after, like, you survived X turns, right? Good night, Taras. I hope you're gonna have a good day tomorrow. No pause? Yeah, no pause because the game doesn't progress until you press another button to move forward. Okay, so we've got this. And the funny thing is that it's exactly the same functions on both buttons. The only thing is one, you already died and you survived X number of turns, or you just start a new game. And that's it. And it would be nice to just have different background or something. Okay. So let's do that. So we're gonna have two buttons, and I believe I already have a function for a button. So let's take a peek at our, can get rid of most of this stuff. We have pawn defense. So in the beginning of the game, we load the stuff, we update, and we have the bunch of licking and other stuff. And when we get to draw, we have clear background, and basically if the frog is dead, we display this menu. Otherwise, we draw the stuff. So that's why we have the black background when we start, because when we start, the game is, paused. I mean, whatever. So we basically draw the text, you died, and we have this. So we should basically count the number of turns or steps or something. And that would be for me. Eduardo asks, are you planning to change the UI font or will you leave Raylib font? I guess we could change the font. I don't see any problem with that. Haven't thought about it. We could use JetBrains Mono. Haven't thought about it because that means I suddenly need to look for the font and blah blah. I'll probably just leave it for now. I have maybe an hour of time left today. So I'm trying to finish that, and like I mentioned, next week I actually want to start Godot. Because I can see great potential in Raylib, but at the same time, I would like to focus on a little bit more advanced features rather than re-implementing most of my stuff from scratch. And the place where you have a lot of support for Raylib is when you program in C, and that's something I definitely don't want to do. So yeah, it's cool for something small like that, but I would like to play with a little bit larger ideas where I don't have to think, okay, now I need to implement a way to shoot array in this direction. Kind of have that implemented, but you have to tracking collisions and a bunch of stuff, do it yourself. It's just a bit too much. Godot, I believe mostly I would do in C#. Maybe pick up a little bit of GD script here and there for little tiny things. I don't see a problem with that. But Godot, definitely C#, because that's something I'm familiar with the most and is a little bit more performant than GD script. And who knows if it would be possible, maybe a few modules would be written in Nim, because I noticed that the work on bindings for Nim for Godot are moving forward. I think today bindings for the version 4.3 were kind of implemented, which is awesome. It's just, nowhere near usable state, but maybe in a month or two, something's gonna happen. It'll be fun. Yeah, GD script is interpreted, not compiled. Quite possible. I mean, GD script is not slow. As far as I know, it's faster than, Python or something. Python is unbelievably slow. But, with C#, you can go significantly faster, and of course, you can do more complex stuff. So that's where I would like to go at some point. Okay, so instead of doing this, we should have something more like if show menu, draw menu. And we're gonna just do it that way. And our menu, we're just gonna create new file, menu.nim. And let's plop it somewhere here. Somewhere we have already all this stuff implemented. Maybe not the frog, fly, or trash. We don't care about those, but yeah, let's include menu all over here. Why not? Menu should know about everything. So instead of menu, I would like to have a proc, draw menu, and this will be basically, deciding what we need to do. So what is the current solution? Actually, let's do it even in a different way. Instead of show menu, draw menu, let's do, because we've got this. Oh, this is a template. So now if show menu, else something else. Okay, we're just gonna do that, and I'm gonna just cut all this out, plop it here, so that we have basically the same text. Okay. Eduardo says, the fastest interpreted language I've seen are Lua and Cyber. Haven't heard of Cyber, of Lua I heard, and the thing with Lua is that it's just a relatively small language, and I believe it's written in a way to be interpreted faster because it's a language that was designed to be embedded, and therefore is as light as possible. Yeah. And probably the fact that it's used in so many games where performance is crucial. So that, there are implementations that are just squeezing everything out of it. And Lua, as far as I know, isn't growing anymore. So it's just being optimized a lot. So yeah, 100% believe that it's fast. And Cyber is a small and simple language made in Zig. It's both interpreted and just in time. Okay. So it's something new. If it's interpreted with Zig, for sure it's new. Yeah, lots of tiny little languages popping up. I kind of like that sometimes, they're just tiny ones. There's also a bunch of languages implemented in Nim as well. Okay, so show menu. So we need to have a fun little constant saying show menu or something. So let's actually do it here. Var show menu, and we'll start with true. And what else do we need to do? Let's implement the whole is frog dead. Okay. So with frog, let's add is frog dead. Okay, it's here. Cool. So I would need to have those two buttons that do the same thing. So let's just have the exit button always where it's supposed to be, in the same place. Eduardo says, I love Nim and Zig, and not a Rust fan, but I'm glad people are making new languages. Oh yeah. I like Nim, although I'm kind of getting tired of it. I don't know, it's just feels like lots of hassling, unfortunately. I'm not used to work with low-level languages, and this has lots of concepts of high-level languages, which I absolutely love. But at the same time, it just requires you to know a lot about low-level, which I don't love. So, yeah, when working with a language like Go, for example, you're writing somewhat low-level performance-wise code, but you don't have to worry about any of that. And I wish Nim was, hiding a little bit more things, or if not hiding, at least make things requiring less explicitity, but sometimes not. All right, so let's get back to it. So with the menu, I always want to draw the exit button. Always, no matter if the frog is dead or not. So we'll do always draw the exit button, okay? So we will just do draw the button. Screen width by 2, sure. All this is fine. Minus something like 250, whatever. Exit. Okay. So that's that. Then we need to basically do if we pressed it, then we're just gonna do how to exit the loop. Game loop update. I want to exit the loop. Can I just break there? So if not draw menu, we're just gonna do return or something like break to break the loop. Let's see if that works, because break should break. This is just a template, so it doesn't exist. It should break the loop, which will be game loop. Okay? In theory. Can I resize the window or the size is fixed? Right now, the size is fixed. Because the game is kind of fixed. Yeah. Okay, so we've got the thing. So if we're gonna exit, we're gonna just return false. And that will make it return false, and therefore blah, blah, blah. Okay? If nothing happens, return true. So don't stop the game. Okay? If nothing is pressed. So now, if the frog is dead, we draw the text, it died. Okay? And then we're gonna just draw the button, the first button, which will be, let's start button text is if is frog dead. It'll be play again. Other one is start game. And that's it. We just do start button text. That should be the menu. And if we hit it, we reset the frog, flies, trash can boxes, and is frog dead is to false, and show menu false. Okay. And that might be our whole menu. I'm going really easy right now. Oh, no return type defined. So let's do bool, and we actually need to do return true. There we go. This will be or the start, whatever, start slash restart button. Okay. And I guess we'll just need to add the points, right? Exclamation mark. Oh, of course, because we have not. There we go. We have beautiful 2 buttons. Exit and play again. Exit exits. Okay. That worked. And play again. Gets us here. Okay. And therefore the whole thing will work. So basically, when we die, we need to set it that thing will work. Yeah, they're a bit small, I agree. I expected them to be a little bit larger, so let's fix it. Where are we? Menu. Plus 250. Let's do plus 100 with height. Height will be 60. And we'll get to the draw button in a second. Where do I have this draw button? This will be probably in the renderer. We still need the draw ground. Okay. I see draw meter still exists. Draw button. There we go. And where do we have the draw text? Bounce height. Okay, so the text is already auto-scaled. There we go. That's a little bit better. Cool. Okay. So let's do it this way now. Let's make it so that the button height is 60, right? So if it's 60, let's make 30 between them. So let's do it that way. Constant button height is 60. Constant button gap is button height divided by 2. Constant buttons total height plus button gap. There we go. So we've got the whole height. So now we can do calculate the vertical height, right? So let's do const vertical start will be screen height divided by 2. Okay, so we have the half of the screen and minus this half of the total height. Perfect. Therefore, we can basically do x is this, y will be this, height is 60. And therefore, this one will be, y will be basically this plus button height and got button gap. And there we go. And they should be centered. Probably code is obvious. Wait. Did it start yet already? Oh, it started only. Okay, now we have it centered in a center with a nice gap. No matter what, if we're gonna change the screen size in the future, of course I won't, because after the stream I'm gonna probably not do much else with it. But if somebody wants, go ahead. I don't mind the game being, you know, contributed to. If somebody wants to, I'll be happy to continue working on it on the side. So again, we have play again. So that means we start with our frog being dead, right? Balls. Let's just make it also the reset frog. It just resets it. Okay. Where do we set the frog is dead? Not here. Where do we set it? Start button text, that's in the menu. So the tag, if the frog is dead, we're just gonna set it true, and show menu is true as well. Just like that, as simple as possible. And we should be good to go. Okay, now we have start game. Okay, start game. Let me also change the frog thirst and stuff levels. I think I have it in constants. Yeah, moisture loss. Let's bring it back to being basically 10 times more what it is now. And let's see what the game feels like now. Start game. Up, 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 up. Just going to the top already requires so much energy. Okay. And I can kick it. And I can probably kick this guy. Oh no. He's gonna stop me every time. Of course. And I already died before getting... Wow, okay. Okay, we have play again and exit. Everything resets, so that's good. Okay. Look at that, better start than before. And I just need to go down. Yep, and I see. So I see already one thing. With the can, it still kind of is too fast at sometimes. Or maybe it's not. Yeah, the can just seems difficult. So let's just make it work differently. Trash. And let's make those pauses double, okay? There we go. Okay. So now that we have the menu, let's just push this code. Okay. So, frog, menu, and this here. Redo main menu. And Dardo is asking, what's your opinion on the Unity controversy? Controversy? I don't know where the stress goes in the word. I know it's something old, but I'm curious. A lot of people moved to Godot or Unreal because of that. Well, I sensed shenanigans with Unity for years already. It was clear to me that, you know, the game engine wasn't really developed for games anymore. It was either for 2D or they were trying to chase Unreal to be something cinematic while there had never any chance to actually be. And when they just added that, that was like a cherry on top, like, you know, screw you. And I'm personally very happy that people started moving to Godot. Because the funny thing is, Epic Games was supporting Godot already for years before that whole thing happened. And now it feels like that all that effort paid off. And there's a platform for people to just, you know, go and learn with something open source. Something where, you know, the voice of normal people can matter. Rather than, you know, getting locked into something like Unity with a company that just, you know, shady, I'd say. So I'm very happy with people moving to Godot. For years, it was obvious for me that I don't want to make a game in Unity. So I don't mind. I'm kind of happy with the result. Okay, trash is slow the can down. And with the constants will be that moisture loss is too fast. Just a little bit too fast. Let's try to fix that. So moisture loss, we have that. Let's try to do something like 15. Yeah, let's just see how that goes. So yeah, that's my opinion on Unity. I'm kind of an Unreal Engine fan. I just don't have time and patience to actually learn the tool. I mean, I probably learned a lot during just that. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh no, it's gonna, no matter what I'm gonna do, it's gonna jump into the pond the moment. Yep. And now I'm dead because there are no flies. Yep, don't trust in shitty companies. Absolutely. Yeah. And the thing with Unity, it was just such a mess. Because I tried a few times over the years to make some kind of project in Unity. It's easier to start making a game in Unreal than in Unity. In Unreal, you start, you install the engine, you start a new template, and you're good to go. You can use all the tools. You don't need to do crazy setups unless you go and try to figure out crazy features. Then you need to find some, okay, to work with this, you need this flag and that flag, but you have that documented. Well, with Unity, I'm just scratching my head. Okay, there are this pipeline, that pipeline, and this yet different pipeline for graphics. Some old legacy, some whatever universal. Then you have the full featured one. Like, which one is I supposed to go with if I'm making, you know, a simple indie game that maybe is 3D but not something crazy? And then you're just stuck with weird, you know, things that you just don't know how to deal with. I don't know. It kind of sucks. Couldn't start a project basically, even if I wanted. That's not gonna work. Yes. But I have no food. Okay, this game is a little bit hard. Satiety kick cost, let's keep it. So the lick cost, same. Oh, I forgot I can bring something to me. Yeah. Movement cost stays the same. Yeah. The scans and stuff still goes too fast, feels like. Oh well. Never mind. They don't tell you what to use. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that, you know, I'm like excited. Okay, I'm finally happy Unity has the material editor with graphs, right? It's like, wow, I remember it's amazing in Unreal. Maybe we'll have something like that in Unity after they purchased the whole plugin. That was pretty good. They made their own, and turns out that, oh, you can't use it in this situation, and that situation just doesn't work. It breaks, blah, blah, blah. It just doesn't work. I don't know how people made actual games. And then you have things like City Skylines absolutely sucking because of Unity and how difficult it was to work with it at the end of the day. So, yeah. Okay, we've got the menu. the only thing that's left is basically to have the sound, but I'm not gonna be recording it right now, so that's that. Yeah, I don't know what to add to the game. I guess we could add some kind of screen at back for the, because when we start the game, right? We have blank nothing here. And when we start a game, we have blank nothing around, which is really ugly. So maybe, just maybe, we could just add something there where we have the whole that was this whole thing. Draw clear background. We could draw something more fun, right? I heard that some game devs complaining that they left aside game engine features to focus on telemetry and on untype features. Yep. Just the fact that they're focusing on just let's integrate all the ad stuff in there and this and that. And they just, in my opinion, half-assed everything just to squeeze some more profit out. Like, come on. Yep, bad management, that's all. Alright, so how do we make a fun background? Let's take a peek at shaders, right? Because we should have an option of having a shader. I never wrote a shader, but maybe some kind of ChatGPT can write as a fun shader. We'll ask it for fun shader and I'll see what's going to happen. But first we need to know the format and give it an example. So we got Naylib examples here, right? Yeah. So what else do we have? Shaders. Basic PBR, palette switch, and texture waves. What's this? Texture waves. Let's copy this. Okay. Let's just select everything, indent, and just pasted this one here. Let's see what's gonna happen. Ooh, failed to load texture from space. Let's find resources, space. Okay, download. Sure. Let me just grab it and plop it there. On the fence, let's plop it in assets for now. And space.png. Not here. Do we have anything? Sources, shaders. Do we have actual shaders to download? Yes. GLSL version. Ouch. Oof. GLSL 330, let's presume. And it'll be Wave FS. Sure, copy it. Wave FS. Okay. Assets. New folder GLSL 330. Was it? Yeah. And we just create a new file, wave.fs. Let's see if that works. It's here, but doesn't do anything. And we don't have anything else. 120. Wrong button. Yeah, I know not much about shaders either. This one didn't work, so the other one was 100. Please work, at least something. Okay, nothing works. Resource, there's nothing else. Oh, I see, because new folder, shaders, and that goes in here. Now we can get our 330, and that's gonna work now. Or not. What the hell am I doing wrong? Shaders, GLSL 330, wave.fs. So we've got that. Oh, it tries to get 100. Now I see the notifications. Cool. Oh, now we've got the wavy thing. Look at that. So that's actually cool. So let's do this. Version 330. Not really. So let's ask our start new chat. This will be Naylib, because I have Naylib expert. I have this Naylib code. Okay, let's place it here. And this is the shader example. And let's just copy the wave. Oh, this is actually the wave. Okay, sorry. FS. Okay, we paste it here. Well, the nim code is right here. We'll just quickly copy it and see what it says to us. All the way to the bottom. Please write me a new shader. That's very cool. Eduardo says, you know, if there's something similar to this SNES Mode 7 in Raylib, that would be cool. SNES Mode 7, what's that? Some kind of something that changes. Be gentle with a future overload so you don't get eliminated. I am gentle. I'm very gentle. Oh, we added the version 3. Oh, because it was here. Okay, I see. So certainly here's a cool shader that creates a hypnotic, psychedelic effect with moving patterns and color shifts. Oh wow, the shader generates a dynamic, colorful, mandala-like pattern that evolves over time. I'm sold. And does it say how to use it? So let's do it this way. Paste in the code that's gonna run on the GPU. It's some kind of shader used in SNES to simulate a 3D perspective. Oh, interesting. Huh. Never heard of it. At the same time, I know very little about retro gaming. A new uniform for iTime, which replaces seconds and uniform. Update the shader. Here's how you can modify your nim code. Import, and we can copy this and probably start crying because it won't work. There we go. And it wanted the psychedelic, right? You're gonna have wave FS anyway. try to compile it. Oh, I've got a shader. Look at that. Somehow it's cut off. That's perfect for a frog game. Hmm. Yep, trippy. So let's see if we can control it. Because somehow we're passing it data what's the center spot probably and like time. So we got time, but progress is forward. Draw texture 0, 0. What? Does it have like defined dimensions or something? Okay, so we've got screen width and height. The texture, which is the space again. Load the shader. Time log. Get shader location. Okay, and resolution log. As in location, probably in the GPU. Resolution is this. Set shader value. Shader, resolution log, and resolution. Okay. Time, set target. Okay. Can you please make it into a function that I can call that will fill the rect that I provide? I also want the center of the effect to be settable. Okay, something like that. Okay. So modify the shader name code to create a function that fills a specified rectangle with a psychedelic effect, allowing you to set the center of the effect. Here's updated. So we're gonna get updated thing with effect center. Okay. And we've got a bunch of stuff. Now here's the updated nimcode function to apply the psychedelic effect. So we're gonna have apply psychedelic effects. So it's gonna do begin shader mode, draw texture, and end shader mode. Okay. And that's it. And then we even have code on key down to move where we move the effect. Cool. So let's copy our shader. Okay. Actually, it's a procedure because it has side effects. Therefore, it's not function. Yep. I know. I'm using them interchangeably sometimes because of just being used to everything else calling it a function. Although, when I started programming, I learned initially through Delphi 7 Enterprise, so it was Object Pascal, and there was separate function and separate procedure. So I'm kind of familiar with the idea. Okay, and this was wave. Let's see if it still works. It opened up. We even have some text in there that we can't see. And we can apply the effect. Oh no, it modified the code so that we just move the affected area wherever we need to with some broken rectangles. Oh, this is great. Really, the first NIM compiler was made in Object Pascal. Wow, that is surprising. I had no idea. Huh. Yeah, my learning of the programming started when math teacher gave me a floppy disk with a simple calculator program, which was a, like Windows GUI controls. And then I just bought a book. I was, super thick back then. And as a kid, I just started reading a book and didn't understand most of it, but somehow I got started. If only I had somebody that actually knew something about programming anywhere in my family, that would help. But basically, all the way up to maybe late high school, I didn't know anybody else that actually did programming, among my peers. So, yep, that wasn't fun. All right, so with the code, I'm gonna grab the previous code because the previous code just works. So that's the shader. Let's have this shader as this. Let's save it. And does it have some kind of restrictions? Pattern, color mapping, also circular pattern. Great. So let's just leave it at that, okay? And then we're gonna look at the code again. I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. I just want to be able to place that thing. So we have shaders. I really don't know the difference between the versions, which kind of is weird. We have this and that. And then what? We load the texture, which will be the background. So sure, let's use a different AI to get ourselves a background. And let's just grab it from here. Okay. Let's just start a new conversation and we're gonna do something like generate a 16 by 9 or just generate a background, a trippy background for a cute game about a frog that needs to protect its pond from trash. Lots of flies, please. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. Yes, I use sprite to those to make quickly those little graphics. There we wow. These are not flies, these are bees. Okay, I like that. Perfect. Download. I'm gonna use that. Funny. Okay, let me grab that quickly from downloads, cut it out of here. I'm just gonna make it the AI underscore background. I'm just gonna quickly save it as PNG. There we go. Okay. Like electric resistors, exactly. Yep. Good old TFT. TFT? Through hole. Whatever. Okay, so we can get rid of the space. Okay. We're gonna replace the space with AI background. Where's AI background? AI underscore background. Let's see what happens. Okay, we have resemblance of that background in the back a little bit. Wait, did it just implement on the fly noise generator in the background there? In that short shader? Seriously? Because that looks like some kind of Perlin noise. Okay. Sure. Good enough. So how could we move it? So other than having that window and everything, we need a texture loaded for the background. So in our menu, no, this is gonna go in the renderer. We're gonna do this. Our renderer has load main resources. Okay, and we're just gonna say background texture is this. Okay, and on the fence, we just need to make sure that load main resources. Okay, then shaders is just gonna be trip.fs. Okay, and we're gonna make it into RIP. So we've got this one done. Shader, time lock, and resolution lock. These are all things that we actually need. So yeah, let's copy it and let's put it in the render. We can add it to loading stuff, right? Yeah, let's say that this is actual resources. Because it kind of is. The only thing is that we need to have the background shader. I don't know if it's supposed to, if it actually is shader type. We're gonna check in a moment. Load shader. Search for load shader star. Yes, shader. Okay. Next. Time location and resolution location, they stay the same because they might be shared between many shaders, I believe, or probably not. No. Bam, bam. And resolution. What is get shader location? Search. And this returns shader location. Okay. So we're gonna have background, time lock, shader location, and there we go. Has anyone tried to build the game in Linux or Mac OS? It builds on Linux. I tried in Mac OS. I don't have Mac OS device. I don't know if anybody ever else tried to build a game. You can try. The version in the repo now should be fully functional. And repo is in the link in the description, by the way. Okay, so we've got those three. We set those three. What else do we need here? We specify the resolution and we set it here. So resolution is in float 32. Okay. So we set it initially. Okay. This is the resolution. The resolution is, wait, what? Oh, a list of values. There we go. Screen width and height. I believe I have those defined, right? Constants and screen width and height. There we go. No such thing here, I presume. Yeah, just set it here. This, that, and resolution. Yep, that's good. Next, we have the time and we have the target. So yeah, basically time will be tracking it, and basically while window should close, we do this and set shader value of the shader, time lock, and time. Okay. Clear background, begin shader mode, draw texture, and end shader mode. That's it. Easy peasy. So basically we'll need that in the beginning of our loop every time. So where could we do that? Every time before drawing? No, we're just gonna do it straight in the beginning of the loop every time. So that we have, you know, it available. Bam and bam. So we need time. That'll be var, right? Sure. Can I specify it in constants? Constants are actually constants, so no. Let's go to common, maybe. Common, and I have some stuff. There we go. We'll just plop it there and forget about it. I know it's ugly, but oh wow. Got that part done. We just need to fix those names, and we're just gonna have this part, and that'll be it. So let's just go and delete this stuff. Okay. And what do we have here? Game setup, that's good. And it will be background shader, time lock, and time. Was it really background shader, but background time lock as a location? And then draw, clear background. And we're gonna draw. Background shader, draw texture, which will be background texture. What's up with the 0, white? Is that gonna be enough? What the hell's gonna happen if I'm gonna try to run it? It's gonna freak out or something. Tap mismatch. Here. How about we'll just do 100 right now. Okay. Please be happy. Lol shader. Assets, shaders, GLSL, TripFS. That's good. Type mismatch. What? Background shader. Load shader. One definition that returns a shader. Oh, VS file name and then some other file name. Okay, I see. So empty string here and string here. That's what we needed. Now we have another mismatch in the next line. That needs to be background shader. And background resolution lock. There we go. And background time lock. We have our menu and render and define here. Background. Oh, lime lock. Seriously? Okay, time lock. Please work. There we go. Something's off. The whole screen isn't covered with the effect. Hey CPN, you're back. It's going pretty well so far. We have the main menu. I just added a fun effect generated by AI because I know nothing about shaders. And we can start a game and move around, right? The health works and all the kicking mechanic work. And yeah, you can definitely play the game. Yeah, it's just a little bit too hard right now, but oh well. Somebody wants to make it easier or more fun, go ahead. Okay, and by the way, when we die, then text you died is all the way up there in the corner. We just need to move it all the way here. And that effect is for sure great. I think I know what's going on. The picture just isn't large enough to fill the screen right now. Huh. That's the draw texture thing. What is the size of the picture? Air background. Reveal in File Explorer. And it shows me 1792 by 1024. While screen resolution is a little bit larger. So what I could do is make the 1792 by 1024. Oh dear. Become the totally opposite thing that normal person would do. Normal person would make the game, the screen, made the background large enough, but no, I'm gonna resize the window. And look at that, it still looks great. Can I like go left, hold Z, press up? Now, I made some. Oh wow, I can kick and lick at the same time. Great. Cool. Claude did a trippy job. Absolutely. Yeah. Perfect. I don't know what else to do, to be honest. Because the only thing left now is the sound. So I'm gonna just push those changes because I like the trippy effect, even though it's just really ugly. But hey, why not? You know what? Let's take this and start a new chat. Naylib, please make the following shader also pixelated. Okay, because the game is pixelated. Maybe we can do that. I think it would. I would, instead of sending the trash all the way up, when it kick it, send it like 2 cells up. I was considering that, but I'm just out of stamina on this project. So I welcome you to implement that. And good night, Eduardo. It was a pleasure having you on the stream. It was fun chatting. And Coco Tab is raiding with party of 9. Hello, everyone. And Twitch channel just got raided. How is everyone doing? Because we are experimenting with shaders in Nim at the end of making a shitty little game. Yes, I'm doing well too, although again, around this time, thinking about slowly finishing the stream. So Twitch is taking over, exactly. We can have YouTube versus Twitch wars. Hey, at least you can share the chat, right? That part is working, and I'm extremely happy about that. So a little game where you can just, you're a frog, time moves only when you move. So you have meter of, the blue meter is moisture, the yellow is energy. And you can move around, rotate, okay? And when you press Z, you lick something and you can eat a fly and therefore refill your energy. And you can go down to the pond to remoisturize. So your role is to basically survive and also prevent trash from falling into your pond. So you can use space to kick something, bam, and the trash will just continue that direction. Or bam, this. I need to remoisturize and eat flies that are way too hard to catch. And that's it. And we just added the fun little shader generated by AI. Frog fries, yes. And those flies look way too much as mosquitoes. Yeah, I was thinking it would be fun to add a feature where the frog can, because you can also lick trash, like, and it just teleports, gets a tile closer to you. So it'd be fun to make it that every time you do that, a fry goes away and gets some health, some energy. So yeah, that's fine. So what were you guys doing? Because I will close this, and for now I asked AI to make the shader pixelated. And we can modify the code sample to lower resolution and then interpolate it to create pixelated effect. Copy. Let's see. Let's just commit the changes with the current shader because I kind of like it. Right. That, and that. Sure. So we're gonna make it add trippy shader background. Let's push the code, and I'm going to put the, where's the shader? Save and see if it runs. Wow. Okay, this is awesome. I really like that. Cool. And now we have just background that's totally unrelated to the game, but I love it. Come on. Those cans are unstoppable. Whatever. I just like the background. All right. Looks great. Yep. I like the background. So that's a separate PR. All we added is float pixel size. Okay, 15 right now. So we could change it. And then we have the extra pixelation. Sure. That's... And the fun fact is, you know how we got that pixelation? It was... Come on. Here. I gave it the example of some little wavy shader that was included as one example of Raylib, and then said, please write me a new shader that's very cool. And it just wrote that psychedelic hypnotic effect with moving patterns and color shifts. So yeah, that's fun. And then we asked it to make it pixelated, made it pixelated, and I'm good enough. I'm not learning shaders right now, although that would be super cool to do. Okay, so we've got the main menu. Oh, the text for dying. That's the one thing that we don't have properly handled because it's teeny tiny and it's red. So let's make it somewhere above the rectangles. Okay, so where was it? The frog is dead, draw the text. So let's calculate the size of the buttons already, initially, no matter the frog is dead or not. So we pre-calculate vertical button values. And this text will be where? X-wise, it should be probably similar to this. We take this minus 200, probably. Okay. And Y will be the vertical start of the buttons, but minus something like button height times 2. And size will be 100. Now let's just make it white. Let's see what happens. Vertical start. Oh. Button text. Go away. Come on, restart. Still, what the hell is going on? Go to text, the vertical start, and everything. So it's complain about the 1. Position X, position Y. I guess they're supposed to be all in 32. Every time. Absolutely every time. Same problem. Okay, so we've got our start. Let's just stand here until I die. Just keep pushing left, right. Okay, now we can see that you died. It's somewhat legible. So I am satisfied. Although, look at that. We can just draw the same one. Just maybe instead of negative 200, we're just gonna do negative 194. And here we're gonna do +6. And we're gonna make it dark gray. I think that's the color here, right? And we should have a little shadow. Yeah, the text is not quite center. Sure, we're gonna fix that in a second. Let's see if we have the shadow. There we go. Now it's a little bit more readable. That's good. The trippy movement kind of makes the background wavy too, which is the background of the text. So we should move it a little bit to the left. Okay. Works for me. So 180, 174. Will that work, or is that gonna be too much? I don't feel like calculating the whole side of the text. It's another thing that we just don't have in Raylib. So, whoa, that's totally wrong direction. What the heck? 210 and 204. I know the background absolutely doesn't fit the game. Like 100% doesn't fit the game. But I don't feel like doing anything anymore. I'm done. Okay, this is nearly centered. We just need 4 more pixels. So let's do -8 and 14, and that should be it. Yeah. Yeah, I just ran out of stamina on the project. I'm ready to finish because I have everything that I wanted to work. And I just... Okay, that's perfect. Nearly perfect. I'll move it extra more 4 pixels. There we go. Okay. Commit and just seal it. So, okay. Pixelate the shader. And make you died text more prominent. Okay. And should we add a little credit somewhere or something? That'll be fun. I don't know if I'll be putting names. But let's just put a little text in the menu on the right or something on the bottom left, okay? So let's also do draw small credits. with YouTube and Twitch chat. So X-wise, I want it to be 10. And Y will be screen height minus something like 80. And then we're gonna have size, I don't know, 60. Let's see what happens. Whoa, that's large. I'm gonna make it a tiny bit smaller and a little bit down. Let's do 40. Let's make it 60. And we're gonna copy it so that this one will be 3. 3. Dark gray. And this should be good enough for the menu, right? Oh, still a little bit more down. So this should be 57. And how much more down? 47 and 50. What happened here? Sure. Hey, that's good for me. We've got a game. You can start it. You can do that. You can die. Although I still need to add features. We need to add text above the blue thing saying that it's something, and then another text with the other something. So let's copy actually this thing, and we're gonna add to our render besides the button. We're also gonna do proc draw text with shadow. Okay, we're gonna have text, X and Y position, size, color, and shadow color. Let's also make shadow offset, which will be N32. So that we can just do it twice and both will be text. Then we're gonna have X plus this. And this is gonna be similar, which will be Y minus, not 3, minus the shadow offset. There we go. Or no, Y will be plus shadow offset. Sorry. Okay. And this will be the size. Now this will be the shadow color. And this will be the text color, or just color. There we go. This should be good enough. So we can replace our menu, bunch of this stuff. So we'll have you died. X and Y comes from here. And this will be the Y. Sure, let's just make it a bit easier to read. X, Y, and then we're gonna have the size, which will be 100. Shadow offset will be 6. Color will be white, and background color will be dark gray. Let's see if it still works. Probably not. Of course. We have random start, that's why. And that was the you died, so let's just make sure that it's still there. Okay, works. Cool. Let's just reapply the same thing to the other thing. There we go. Copy this. Paste it here. It's funny how I thought I'm gonna save a line and now I just have more. But at least X is just this. Y will be this. Okay. And size will be 43. Widen dark gray. There we go. And we're gonna use the same thing for the text on the screen of the game. Yep. Cool. Oh, C-Fan. You're really having trouble with the background, right? I was thinking about making a nice green background with some cute shapes falling here and there. But that means that I will need to... I mean, I have the background, right? There you go. Here's the background. We could just turn off the shader and just have the background. Yeah. What was it doing? Oh, the little things. Yeah, that's AI again. I not good with art and needed something for the game. Yeah, that's what happens when you ask AI to make a trippy background. Okay. So menu's done. We have draw meter. So maybe for the meter we can just add label string. Okay. And that's gonna take care of everything because we just need to draw some extra text, which will be copy pasted from here. So we draw text of shadow. So this will be the label. X will be of the screen bounds X. The Y will be screen bounds Y. Just like that. The size will be 40, sure. This will be 3, white, and let's do black. And that means the rectangle. The rectangle needs to be moved a little bit. So let's do let meter bounds new rectangle, and we're just gonna do axis screen bounds plus the x-y's is the same. Y will be plus 45. Width stays the same, height stays the same. Okay. Okay. Therefore, we're gonna use meter bounds here and meter bound here. And that should take care of the meter. It's just where are we using it? Here. So first one will be the blue on the top is moisture. Every time I let the word moisture, the first moish. There's a great TV show, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Mosh and Shirley are just absolutely great. Moisture and the other one, let's call it energy. Okay, there we go. It'll be funny that the trash that was falling, it'll be energy drinks and I don't know, boxes after some moisturizers or something. All right. Let's see if this code still works. Okay. Of course, draw text with shadow. Unknown. Really. Because draw meter happens before this, that's why. Okay, one problem fixed. Oh, and turned on. Start game. Holy macaroni. Whoa. Yes, something didn't work out here. What? Meter bounds. I added that. Y is moved down. What the heck? yeah. So first of all, we need to draw the other one way lower. Instead of being, there's 30 difference. To the 30, we need to add roughly 50. So it'll be 90. Let's just separate them that way and see what happens. Okay, this is good. It's just the fill. Oh, because I have a third one somewhere here, right? 1, 2. And here on the bottom is the next one, hiding. Screen bounds. Whatever. Screen bounds. Go away. Nobody wants screen bounds anymore. Everything is meter bounds. Yes, now we're talking. Got proper UI. Oh no. There you go. And he died. Great. Okay. Yeah, I think I know why I'm happy with the shader, because there's something in moving in the background that just makes me randomly happy. And that probably makes me randomly happy because it feels like it's not that easy to make something move in a nice way in this, raw coding thing. Lots of those best viewers on something. Is there like ban or something? Ban username will be XORE Checky. Reason spam. Huh, that worked. My first ban. Okay, let's comment that code. And this will be basically improve UI. Okay, so we've got that part. We've got the part where trash is falling. We can get rid of it. The last thing is to get points so that we can display how many points somebody got. I think I already started doing something for that. Or maybe not. So the whole idea is that we have so menu will need to know about it. Menu is at the end. I'm sorry, I want to put that variable in a constants. I'm gonna do it. Var and start file called constants. Let's just where do we put it? I really want to do it here, but it just something stops me. Let's just plop it in common. Var points. And 64 because somebody might play a really long time. We start with 0. And what's gonna happen is another thing is the game doesn't get more difficult over time. That's another thing. So in our menu, no, here on the screen. Below that, we're just gonna do points. Draw text with shadow points. There we go. We're just gonna add the points here. Sure, the same position. It will be maybe actually the points should go first. Yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep. I just want to add the last thing, the points, so that they display on the menu when you die. And I can call the game finished because there's some kind of goal. It's 2:06, but the thing is I have kind of enough energy on me to go till 4 or something. But I really want this project to be gone. Be gone. It's not that I'm not enjoying it, it's just I want to finish that, you know, put that checkbox on it. That done. Text XY size shadow offset. Text XY size shadow offset. Okay. So size will be 40 as well. And let's actually make this first. So we did 10 on top. Okay. White. Black. And therefore moisture will be here. So we're just gonna add 50 here. So it's gonna be 45. 50. 60. And 140. And that's just gonna always print points. And the way the points move is that every time player makes a move, player moved, okay, something, something, something. So if player took action, turn +1, so I already have turns. Look at that. So I don't need the points anywhere. Where are turns defined? Where was I? Turn. Not return. Come on. Var turn? It's here. That means that menu doesn't have access to it. So let's just do points. Sure. Points plus equals 1. I'm not the fan of adding, you know, millions of points on top. Here your points grow slowly. So that's that. Found food, drug satiety, and points plus 5. There you go. Okay, good. So that's that. And yeah, points just grow until you die. And therefore, when you die, we need to reset it. Do we have reset or something? We call it here or something, right? Reset frog. So let's do points is 0. And therefore, you died. This is gonna screw our centering. Add pulse functionality? Yeah, you don't have to. You can just leave the keyboard. That's it. Okay, Compile Dev says, time for me to sleep. This game looks like a lot of fun. Have a great stream. Thank you. By the way, you can find the code on GitHub. I can probably just throw it on Twitch too, because Twitch unfortunately doesn't have a concept of a description of the stream where you could put links. One will need to implement like a chat or something. Where do I have it? Is it somewhere here? No, but we can go to GitHub and it's not here. Pond game, pond defense. That's what it is. Copy, paste. If somebody wants. By the way, it's on YouTube too. Alrighty. So let's finish that. So we have this text. Let's move it up a little bit. So this is X, Y will be times 3 here. And we're just gonna have this thing. Score. Okay. And the thing that the score will be changing. To not change it, I could put a bunch of zeros in front of it, but that would be really ugly. We're just gonna shove it here. It's gonna look really ugly, but who cares? Okay, so it'll be times 2. That will be good enough. And text size will be 40. 3. Let's see it work. Start game. Points. Okay, our points are growing. Bam. Oops, what did I do? Just kicked it down. Oh, it disappeared down here. It didn't stop. Look at that. So you can just kick it down. That's a bug. And it died. Wow, that's a nice placement for the score. Oof. Wow. Okay, let's just quickly dial. Let's see what's the minimal score. Minimal score is when you go up and you just stay in place. 51 is... Oh, I can still keep pressing buttons to move around the thing. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, kicking down the trash was supposed to make the trash stop in the pond, but I guess the pond detection code doesn't work. So you can kick it down if you want. Let's make it a feature. You just kick it so hard that it's flying over the pond to the other side. Yeah, so we just need to lock the buttons and actions because I can still keep clicking and spacing and moving. So let's make it just wrap everything in a gigantic if statement. And that will be the pond defense. So here we have our updates, player took action is false, and then all the inputs. So the input will be just like if not is frog dead and not what was the menu thing? Show menu. Okay. And not show menu. Let's do or. Any of those just don't allow for any movement, okay? So licking and kicking and the movement and player took action, incremented time, no more anymore. Frog is in the pond, refill moisture, none of those. All we do is just draw. So I can actually straight up do if frog is dead or show menu. Oh no, because this is not return. Okay. So if it's not this and not that. Okay, so it was good. It's just me being a derp. Okay. So we just indent this thing and hope for the best. And then we just draw. And drawing is just the menus, but no button presses and anything, so we should be good. Run. Yep, straight into the ocean. Where it belongs. Just kidding. So we've got that. Okay. And I'm pressing buttons, Z and everything, and nothing works. Escape just closes the game. Perfect. So you can get a score of 50. That's the minimum score. Cool. I am fine with that. So what now? Let's just push that. And let's do the implement points. It's funny how some features can be just bam, implement like that. So that's that. And now the thing to do would be to nimble run dash d release or something like that. I am not sure. How was compiling nim in release mode? Let's actually check. Nim lang org. No, actually not here. This will be nimble nimble GitHub. Okay. It's this package. And there will be nimble guide. Oh, sorry about your eyes. There we go. Where is it? Develop workflow. There's this and that. Come on. Install. Refresh. Uninstall. Run. Command can be used to this or pass to the binary when it is okay. How about build? It's mostly used by developers who want to test. Okay. So we just do, I guess, build. Okay, so let's see where we have the build stuff. So this is .exe. Let's just see the size. Wow. So Pond Defense is 2,549 kilobytes. What if I'm gonna do without it? That's 3,000. So the release works. Okay. Got the release. Cool. So what we're gonna do is go to GitHub. Create a new release. Version 1.0. Barely works. Okay, and we're gonna just attach the exe file. Oh, we don't support that, really? Too bad. Here? Okay. When zipped, it's fine. But I should probably add a license in there. So let's do that. Let's just grab this thing, shove the license in here, copy, yes. There we go. We've got a license. And yeah. There we go. Let's just name it Pond Defense V1. Plop it here. Someone wants to have fun. Go ahead. Publish release. Okay. We weren't able to create the release for you. Make sure you have a valid tag. Oh, create a tag. V110. Okay. Yep. This one, go away. Publish. Okay. We got our first. That's actually the first time I published on GitHub like an actual .exe. All right. And somebody wants on Linux, go ahead. So that's that. And that'll be it for today, I guess. Yeah. I know it's not the most finished game, but hey, it's something, right? And therefore, with the next project, we'll be able to focus on a little bit more fun, maybe. I need to figure out what will that be, but next Monday I would like to try out Godot. And well, Godot. Whoa, not what the heck? Godot. Search. Oh, damn browser. Yeah. So it'll be fun to try out Godot. The latest is 4.2.2, but 4.3 is coming up real soon. Oh, go ahead. It should be just nibble run, and it should load the. Oh, with Raylib, there's one thing about with Naylib. There's a little one thing that you need to keep in mind. Naylib. With Naylib, when on Linux, for Linux users only, ensure you have the required dependencies installed using the distribution's native package manager. And what it is basically, make sure you have GCC, something like this. It's already in the Nimble file, so when you do Nimble run, it will install the Raylib. But you need to make sure that you have this or that, whichever you want. I would prefer this one. And install required libraries depending on which distribution you're here. I'm just gonna send you a link to that. That's what. Okay, you're all good. Cool. So yeah, that should work. Just Nimble run and you're good. And all the pull requests are welcome. And CPN, if you want a nicer background, you're welcome to remake the shader. Alrighty. So what I was saying, yeah, I would like to try Godot. I tried it just a little bit before. I kind of liked it. At the same time, I was trying to push too complex stuff on it, like too early on. But I could definitely see it working. It's written in C++, so at least there's source code. And yeah, there's already release candidates this August for 4.3, which is awesome. That's already second release candidate. Wow. So it'll be fun to make a game, probably 2D. First thing will be 2D. I don't know what exactly yet, but from there it will be probably fun to transition into making some larger game that's maybe 3D or something. We'll see what happens. Oh, you know what we could do? We could actually make this Maze Runner game. Okay? How about we make a game? If I were to send a PR, it would be called Rewritten in Zig. Go ahead. Sure, we can have a Zig brand version of it. Okay, that's great to know, Drunken. That's great to know. Yeah, I can probably do the same here, right? Let's go over. This should be on WSL. Okay. All right. We've got NIM version 2.19, so there should be no bugs. Git pull. There we go. And nimble. Run. Okay. Works 65 FPS on Linux. Input works, everything works. Cool. I guess one thing is missing. Let's just switch to the Windows version. README. What was the word for key bindings? Yes, WSL2 supports GUI apps. Absolutely. That's the nice part. You're missing information on keys to be used in the startup. Yes, that's what I'm thinking now. How to play. Use the arrow keys to move the frog. Click with the Z key to eat food and pull trash. Kick trash out of the map with a spacebar. Keep yourself moist by getting into the pond on the bottom. And eat twice to fill your energy. What else? That's it. Yep. That's all there is to the game. Resist the trippy background. Okay. That needs to be mentioned there. Now let's just take a screenshot of the game. Not build. Run. And we're just gonna take a nice little screenshot with the fries. And let's do it like okay. Like this. Save, and we're gonna plop it into the. Where do I even have it? On defense, new folder, img, screenshot v1. There we go. Save. And exclamation mark. A screenshot of the v1. release. And it will be /img/ screenshot underscore v1. Maybe v1.1? Not yet. Let's actually do 1.1 underscore 0. 1.0. There we go. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna push it. How to play and a screenshot. There we go. It's all fancy. Refresh maybe? I pushed it. What the hell? Oh, 3.4.1.0. Oops. This is the newest version. There we go, and how to play. There we go. Perfect. What happens when you die and hit play again? What kind of issue? Huh. Starts, but you can't move. Oh, that's interesting. So that's something related to... Huh. Really? So... Let's play again. I can move after dying. So that's different. So let's try it on Linux. But I can't see that code actually not working on Linux. That's interesting. Go WSL. Let's pull the newest version. Okay. Let's run it. Okay, so here I'm just gonna do to just die quickly. Okay, I can press on this thing. That's good. Play again, and I can move. Huh? What version of NIM are you using? Yeah, I have no problem going like that. So interesting. Oh, we need to add one more thing. 208. Okay, so with 208, during this live stream, I figured out that few things weren't working. Some loop iterations were failing, and some other weird stuff were going on. So, already found a few errors where, you know, just stuff that didn't make sense happened. Like when you're iterating over a loop, and you check the length, it says 0, and it goes over the loop anyway, and complains that there are no elements, that you're trying to get stuff that doesn't exist. So stuff like that was happening, and I don't know why. Switched to a newer version of NIM, you know, the development version, and it just works. So yeah, how to compile. Install nim. I mean, you need the nim compiler. Second will be clone this repo. Run nimble run. Okay. So if you're on Linux, install Raylib. And let's just give the link to the Raylib prerequisites. Which I lost already. Let's go to Naylib. Let's copy this, and this should be it. And nimlang. Copy. Nim language. Because some people see nim and they have no clue what that is. On this repo, if you're on Linux, install this, run. Enjoy. And the other thing is that time moves only when you move or perform an action. Click slash kick slash rotate. Okay. And that's it. And Duncan says, interesting. I will definitely do that, as I had small issue with the other day that I didn't think could have to do with the nim version. So yeah, development version. Yeah, unfortunately I had trouble with 208 several times during this live stream. There was other spot where I think it was to do something with iteration or with checks, where even though I'm telling it when, you know, modulo by this number, it actually says that it did that, but the next iteration starts, it's already a different number over the thing, like randomly from time to time. So something with memory management, something gets overridden or isn't getting executed in time. I don't even know how to submit it, but at the same time, I don't have to because the problem was fixed with development version. So yeah, interesting. Hopefully there will be some bunch of fixes soon. Alrighty. So let's just push that. More instructions. Oh, let's also add the... Let's ignore the 208, because by the time somebody discovers it and runs it, it will be past it. Let's assume that the versions work. Alright, CPN, see you around. I'll be streaming on Wednesday, as always, more SurrealDB, if you're interested. It'll be fun to have you around. And hey, it was fun hanging out with you. More instructions, I'll push it, and that's it for tonight. Yep, the game's finished. See ya. The game's finished. I am happy with the result. It works. It's something. It's out there. So, hey, I want everyone, thank you for hanging out with me. It was fun. And yeah, see you on Wednesday when I'll be doing more SurrealDB. This time we'll be actually trying to figure out how to add permissions so that you can connect your database straight from the front end. I know, sounds scary. And yeah, and then probably next stream after that will be to start implementing it. All right. See you, everyone, and have a great night, have a great morning or middle of the day, whatever it is for you. See you guys.